preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. AEW Revolution Go Home Week, Dynamite and Rampage watch parties. Mistress Audio dramatic readings featuring voice actors from Weymouth Youth Wrestling. Elimination Chamber retrospective. All WrestleMania-themed retros by Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play series. WrestleMania 19 Revenge Mode Let's Play series. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. The entirety of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play series. Past and upcoming Jeff Meacham Network watch-along coverage. FTW Productions watch party for WrestleMania Go Home Raw. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cassidy 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Wrestling with Idiocy Episode 7. Our favorite WrestleMania matches. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence, and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
The following program contains strong language that is not suitable for young children. Viewer discretion is advised.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the Heb Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move, just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. You kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He's no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... Nope, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. It's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are open mic night. I, of course, am your host and moderator, the Renegade, J.J. Williams. With me are the regulars. First and foremost, Mr. Meacham will not be here this weekend. Unfortunately, he's on transit. Just can't get the signal working for him. So we've got the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster.
Hey, what's up?
What is going on, good sir? How are you doing this weekend?
It's been a long day. Been up since 8 a.m., but it's been nice, productive, getting a lot of stuff done. Haven't looked at anything wrestling. So it was my usual weekly cheat day where you just try to unwind your mind. And then it got hit to 80 degrees, and it's been anything but that. But overall, it's still been a good Saturday.
There you go. It always works. You know, it's always good to try to not pay attention to the news and stuff every now and again.
Well, I already told you how I deal with news. I barely pay attention to it, but as far as actually engaging and watching something or calling or thinking about something wrestling, I shut my brain down for the entire Saturday.
No, I totally get that, man. And I wish I could do it more But when you've got a show, you got to moderate. You got to be combing the interwebs and sometimes even the dark web for news and rumors and topics. So
that's why you're the host, and I'm just the guy that's happy to be along for the ride.
And speaking of being along for the ride, we've got a gentleman who we did sorely miss last week. Back with us this week, the Heb Man James Hebert in the house.
Whoa! I don't know.
What's up?
Tired. Fucking.
Well, welcome to the club. All right.
I agree. Noah. I saw Noah come in, yawn, and I'm like, we're on the same wavelength tonight. I see.
Again, when people hibernate in winter, when it hits 80 degrees, I hibernate in the summer.
Absolutely. Daniel saying it's time for open mic night once again. Absolutely, sir.
Always.
Thank you for being back. Good thing I just got back from the movie theater watching the new Nick Cage movie, Renfield. You talking about the Renfield movie? Curious to check that one out. That's going to be a new release Saturday coming up in a couple weeks for me.
Keep luck.
So, lots of good stuff coming up. For those in our group chat, and I'll go ahead and tell the audience, honestly, I don't have a whole lot for us to talk about this week.
Which
that may be a good thing, that may be a bad thing. We'll just kind of see how things go. I've really only got a couple topics. So for the viewers, if you have something that you want us to wax proxy on, as Noah says, simple chat. It's as simple as that.
Botch super chat. It's as
Super
simple
chat.
as that.
Simple as that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Put it across the banner. You want to dictate the conversation, folks? Super chat is as simple as that. Super chat on Cosnady Studios. Super chat on the Jeff Meacham Network. Super chat. It's as simple as that. Writes itself.
Exactly. I was joking with James before you joined us backstage and everything. It's like Noah always says that he doesn't market himself, but he comes up with great catchphrases.
Well, I may not market myself, but I guess when it comes to marketing the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse Media, it's become a thing for me.
Well, I mean, hey, it helps.
I'm happy to help.
It's just like Big G, Big G's happy to be here,
Well,
exactly.
He's always happy to be here. God bless that man. And congratulations, Big G, by the way, on successfully getting your new job. Just like my brother from church got his new job. Things are always on the up and up, even when you're at your hardest times in life. You just take the good with the bad, and you make everything at the end work for you.
There you go.
Hey, Elizabeth, good to see you. Say hi to my mom, and we're about to enjoy. Oh, God bless you. And I know that you're looking forward to seeing Kazuhiko Nakajima versus Jake Lee for the GHC Heavyweight Championship, which I believe is tomorrow. So we'll see what happens in Pro Wrestling Noah. Matt, good to see you too. Good to see all the faithful chat enthusiasts and supporters across the Jet Vision Multiverse Media that always take part in the Saturday Night Shenanigans or any production that we offer across our various platforms. And again, we appreciate all of you.
Absolutely. So the first thing we're going to dive into here, James was absent last week when we had the conversation about the whole Vicky Guerrero, Sherlyn Guerrero thing. And I mentioned to him off air that there's a development that I was going to bring up.
Dun, dun, dun.
Feel free to stay out of it like you did last week to help protect one's mentality. As we
Yep.
Week.
In fact, wait, hold on. Okay.
Chris and Vicky Benson Guerrero responded to the allegations. They vehemently deny the allegations of sexual assault and abandonment. Ms. Guerrero's unsubstantiated accusations have caused the Bensons to suffer public ridicule, scorn, derision, and humiliation. Chris and Vicky fully appreciate the seriousness of the allegations of this nature and the need for public support of sexual assault survivors. However, they ask that you withhold final judgment on this matter until they have an opportunity to bring Ms. Guerrero and her claims into a court of law where judgment is based on facts and merit, and gives their lawyers contact information. This is now going to court.
As it should have been in the first place, damn it. Again, the fact that we are so interconnected that you gotta know every possible outcome of every major situation of every dadgum celebrity name or
Right.
recognition is absolutely ridiculous and overwhelms and mentality. When you put all that before your own freaking well-being and your own situations, I don't need to know who Exhibit A versus Exhibit B actually goes into court with, and Exhibit C somehow overrules all of that, why Exhibit D somehow defines all of that, where Exhibit A is the one that profits in the end, why Exhibit F is the one who suffers. I don't need to know all this, but
Yeah,
again, this is the world we live in, and these are the facts, and these are the people that we deal with and what we're given. The bottom line, though, if you're dealing with a situation, handle it within your own family system, and if it has to go to a legal dispute, so be it. But the world damn sure doesn't need to know about it unless it's a matter that absolutely affects others. In this case, due to the nature of the sensitive topic of the situation, that's where I can kind of understand, okay, maybe it's important to kind of bring this to the eye because you are being aware that if you are facing a situation, don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to take action. It's just a matter of how you take that action. And
Absolutely.
I still say social media is never the answer.
I agree. I mean, on the one hand, I do think this is something that should have been done in court of law. You know, like you said, shouldn't have been on social media in the first place. But it's just so sad to see the way the family has deteriorated more or less ever since Eddie's passing back in 2005. And the fact that it came to, granted, the actions, I understand how they tore a family apart, but the fact that we've got to go to legal actions and they couldn't just sit down, hash this shit out privately behind their own closed doors.
That'd be too much like a right.
It sucks. Simple as that. But that was the latest development. I felt it would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the latest development since we did discuss this last week. James, go ahead and put your headset back on, sir. We're going to move on from this. James,
You're good, brother. I'll probably tell him. The bottom line, folks. Here. Let me talk to you. Everybody faces a situation or a circumstance that not only affects you, it affects those around you, directly or indirectly. You only have one freaking family. Damn it. So treat it well, treat it with respect and dignity. And if you do have a fallout, wounds may never heal, but somehow try to counsel them from within before going out further to unnecessary shenanigans.
Yes.
And that's all I got to say about that.
Yes. The other thing I wanted to address that there was a new development on from last week is a more positive turn of events. Last week, our viewers may remember that because everything was very much a negative overtone, I tried to find a few positive rays of sunlight to sprinkle through everything. Last week, we announced on the channel here that Barbie Blank Kelly had announced her pregnancy on social media.
Hey.
Of course, once again, our congratulations and everything go out to Kelly, Barbie, whatever you want to call her. She took to social media earlier this week. Plot twist, we're having twins.
Oh, Lord God.
So there's not just one bun in that oven, there is two.
Double trouble.
So again, just want to reiterate our congratulations to them. And, the whole nine. You go back and we talked how young she was when she first graced our eyes in WWECW. Hard to call that thing ECW.
Yeah,
19 years old.
Yeah.
And now here's this baby that we first saw having twins. So
it's one of those things where as individuals, not just as fans, I feel that a family is something that everybody likes to sought after to a degree because they want to carry on that legacy for the next generation. They want to leave a positive impact going forward. And it's one of those things where, again, for Kelly, she's not involved in the ring. She's not active. If this is what she wants to do, she wants to lead from the outside, and maybe not necessarily bring them into the wrestling business, because in this day and age, you're probably better off not doing that.
Right.
I like seeing that. I like seeing people literally trying to basically create their own happiness by redefining the next generation from the beginning. Now, hopefully they stick with it, because that's what a lot of this generation's lacking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kelly was never a favorite of mine to watch. But at the end of the day, you know, she's having her glow up, if you will, at this point in her life. And, you know, she's, like I said, she's packing twins in the oven. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, healthy for her.
Exactly.
You know,
no miscarriage, no miscarriage. Like
healthy, happy babies again, whether they're boys or girls, or they end up like the Walshes and have one of each.
I definitely get the sentiment, but like the way, I don't know, something about that, just the way you said that, just got 2 twins in the oven, like that just didn't sound right at all, man. I don't know. I've never heard that.
You've heard of bun in the oven, James. Come on now, be real here.
No, I haven't.
Really? You've never heard that expression, a bun in the oven?
I've heard of a bun in, no, I've heard of shit in the oven. I'm fat. I've heard a lot of things in the oven, but
this freaking guy.
I've never heard of the baby in the oven.
Knows every weird freaking Urban Dictionary defined definition of expression, but doesn't know an obvious pregnancy impression?
No.
What the fuck?
No. That's obvious?
Yeah.
Yes, that's obvious.
Really?
Bro, they've been saying a bun in the oven since like the 50s. I think they said it on I Love Lucy. Like, for real. It is an old expression.
That's a let's make the deal costume freaking type expression I've seen. And I didn't even learn it from that show. I've just known that from the get-go.
Hey, I get certain things, man, I guess, about, I don't know, but I guess that one flew over my head.
I am absolutely shocked. I can't believe we found something that James Hebert was unaware of.
Right?
Yeah, I really didn't
That's
know.
a first.
I'll be honest.
15 minutes in, we've already got off the rails.
Here's the difference too with that. Here's the difference between you and me, Noah. You would just be innocent to it. I went completely left with his phrase, and I'm like, no, you don't talk about 2 babies being cooked in the oven.
That's because your brain had to come up with a literal definition.
Yeah, exactly. Tism activated.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think about it, James, and we're going to get all scientific here and educational.
Oh, no, you don't need to. I get
once
how
the sperm fertilizes the egg,
I understand
it sits there for
I'm well
9 months.
About babies.
It sits there and it kind of cooks in an incubation.
I'm well aware. I understand.
For 9 months before it comes out.
I
So
get
there
it.
is a bun cooking in the oven.
Welcome everybody to Open Mic Night, the Sex Ed edition.
I understand sexual education, JJ. I asked a question about a phrase I didn't know. I know
And I'm
how
explaining
babies
the
are
logic
made.
behind the phrase.
It sounds like you're explaining the process. I know the process.
Okay, but if you listen to everything I'm saying, there is the explanation behind the phrase.
Exactly.
Once the fertilization process occurs, the baby sits there in like incubation for 9 months, like it's cooking. There is a bun in the oven.
And that's how you complete the metaphor. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this edition of Open Mic Night Sex Ed. Please stay tuned for next week's lesson.
And
now
damn
we
it,
return
James, you
our
need to
normally
make sure
scheduled
you
programming.
put this for the highlight reel. Shit.
And no, Matthew, we are not talking about the birds and the bees.
Oh no! Listen, I know all about the birds and the bees. That's not the problem.
I'm scared to hear this guy's version of that.
Right?
Well, yeah. You
Okay.
You don't want to know the
Ray
version
look like
of
rated
that.
T for teen.
Okay, well, we do have the
You
parental
fucking kidding me?
advisory
We're
in
gonna
our
go
intro
M for
now on a
mature with
weekly.
me. We're gonna go M for mature with me if I explain it. Don't. It's
Look,
bad.
look, Gilbert Godfrey already gave us an audible version of that movie. I don't need to hear anything else, all right?
I agree, Matthew. Poor Jeff. We're only 15 minutes in. He's already missed a classic.
Virtual Insanity has engaged.
Anyway, what were we at? Oh, yeah, congratulations, Kelly, for becoming the pregnants.
My ribs. By the way, what do I always say? I look at women in wrestling for freaking wrestling. Damn it!
Right, that's why he loves the bunny.
Don't go there, JJ. Allie, by the way, get well soon. Again, my knockout growing up, by the way, was Tara, Victoria. You already know that, all right?
Yes.
She wasn't the woman to mess with. So, I mean, again, though, Kelly, good for her. I hope everything goes well.
Absolutely.
That's why we had the disclaimer in the beginning, safety.
Exactly. Moving along to the first legitimate topic of
now we're gonna get legit.
Oh, this is
yeah, because like I said, those were two things that we addressed last week that had developments that I felt we needed to touch on.
Right.
So now we're gonna get to the first thing that I actually mentioned in the chat that we were gonna talk about.
Here we go.
And we're gonna start off with some comments that comedian John Oliver made on his television show.
Yay! I agree. Probably kinda.
About one Vince McMahon.
He
says, quote,
owner from the 1930s who harasses the dancers, mistreats the animals for fun, and is eventually murdered by a lion while the whole town cheers.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, for starters, I love the way you did that, Noah, because I couldn't have done that any better.
Yeah.
I still go back and rewatch the WWE Burning edition of John Oliver last night, all right?
He absolutely eviscerated the E with that. Like, I was not shocked when I heard John Oliver was going to talk about this Endeavor. Like, I knew he was just going to use comedy to absolutely destroy it. By the way, he should. Because there's two ways you can do it. You can either do what I do and say, fuck it, or you can laugh about it because it's so damn absurd. John Oliver chose the latter.
Yeah, but here's the difference with John Oliver and a lot of the internet resident community. He's still constructive.
For the most part, yeah.
Hey, listen, I am too. Unfortunately. I try to be anyway.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not the IWC. I'm not like most of the IWC.
Well, that's a good thing, James. But yeah, JJ.
That's an insult to Cesar Romero.
Oh, jeez. That's an insult to Cesar Romero.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. All right.
Well, although I do still think he makes
JJ,
a better
that was
Gomez
an insult to Cesar Romero.
Although I still think he makes a better Gomez Adams than Luis Guzman in the Wednesday series.
That is a freaking Adams family mustache if I've ever seen one.
Dude, he looks like an absolute sex offender with that mustache. I'm just gonna point it out. Like, let's just call it as we see it, dude. This dude looks like if Ron Burgundy had Ron Burgundy get hit by a bus while on crack, cocaine, probably all of the above. Wait, that's the same thing. I don't know. I'm tired. Fucking,
I think James' brain is broken, folks.
I don't like this mustache, bro. Can we get rid of it? Can we please? How do we get rid of this mustache?
Yeah, that's a legit conversation, right, JJ?
Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll end up having a match for it like we did hair versus hair against Trump.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. No.
Yeah, toupee versus mustache. That'll sell the fucking seats.
Yeah,
maybe we'll do mustache versus Theory's beard.
What giant eagle has facial hair that could be worth putting on the line in a WWE entertainment capacity?
Brock Lesnar.
No,
that's a fair shout. Everybody coming up with the comparisons here. We got Fallout New Vegas. Nice.
Yeah.
Freaking Raul Julia. That's a one I haven't.
That's a very obscure one, Daniel.
Well, I think they're going with the Gomez Adams joke.
Fair enough.
Well, again, the only thing he's missing is one of those fencing swords. Pretty much. I mean, literally.
Dude looked like a low budget Ron Burgundy.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was going to say Ron Burgundy was pretty low budget as it was.
Mm.
Yeah, he still pulled off the friggin' pace mustache. Even if it was just a stick-on mustache, he still pulled it off.
He did.
It is
Anyway.
crazy to think about that, Safet, that
Yeah,
Vince won't be a majority owner anymore.
Getting back to the context of the conversation, well,
Yeah,
after my John Oliver impression and then the burning session of a Vince McMahon mustache. Yeah, so this whole thing, JJ, where you want to go about it?
I thought it was an interesting comment to make, which is why I brought it up. I've seen a few people online like really giving John Oliver shit for it. I think the part of it that really kind of rubbed me slightly the wrong way was the tail end of the comment about the eventually being murdered and the entire crowd cheering on. I feel like that was a little bit of a line that maybe he shouldn't cross. The rest of it, I kind of got behind. You figure wrestling professionally started as like a carny attraction.
Right.
So the circus owner from the 30s, I got. Harasses the dancers. Okay, we heard of his exploits last year.
Damn.
Mistreats the animals for fun. We've heard about the way he kind of uses and abuses some of the boys.
So he's Tiger King.
But then the eventually murdered by a lion while the whole town cheers part. That was where I was like, okay, I was with you up until that.
What have I said to you guys? It doesn't matter what human being is on this godforsaken planet. That's still alive at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You don't wish death on anyone, but you want the wrong to be properly prosecuted, judged, and dealt with. But you never, ever wish death upon anyone.
This is why nobody tunes in to political media anymore that has a fucking brain. And by the way, to the right, don't fucking judge them for doing it, because you do it too. You're all just as guilty as the other.
Oh,
that's my thought on politics.
Agree.
Double bird to both of you.
That's, what Noah's talking about is something I've tried not to do now for, at least 20 years.
Yeah.
I think everybody at one point had a point in their life where they maybe didn't wish death about somebody, but if somebody that they really didn't like got a super strong dose of that karma, they wouldn't have felt any, they got what they deserved,
Yeah, but also
we've all had that feeling at some point in our life, but
whether it was indirectly with somebody we didn't know or maybe with somebody we knew, because again, we all were children and we all were dipshits. I still have regrets to this day for some things I've said, because you can't take words back necessarily when it's already too late.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave it at that. The better off you know less about my past, the better off I am. Anyway.
I like this comment right here. If Ron Burgundy and Walt Disney had a baby, it would be Vince's mustache.
God, no.
God.
no.
Hello, Nathan. How's it going?
Hey, Nathan. Good to see you.
That's a match made in absolute hell.
But yeah, like I said, that was the one part of it that I had a little issue with, and the reason why I wanted to bring it up on here, because I know how strongly this guy right here feels about Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
And I knew that he was probably going to echo most of John's statement.
Yep.
But I think
Not
even
that,
James can
no.
agree that last line part was a little far.
Here, let me go ahead and read it back again, but this time the more less cynical way. Go ahead and put it back up. You could blocking the bottom part. That'd be great too. So Vince McMahon, he now has this unique facial hair. He looks like a circus owner from the 1930s who harasses the dancers, mistreats the animals for fun. And I still cannot get behind the fact that he is trying to be the next Gomez of the Addams family. Can you imagine him and Linda and Stephanie and Shane in the Addams family mansion and the absolute madness that would ensue there beyond the business table? Well, think about it. You talk about blowing up a plant. He tried to blow up freaking Ted Turner before he even existed.
Oh my God. Wait, are we on Open Mic Night, or do we just go straight to Comedy Central? What the fuck just happened?
I think we entered the Twilight Zone. Copyright.
Yeah, but I was saying, not copyright. All right, I'm done. That's enough of an impression for tonight. I'm done.
Hey, but Noah's over here killing it with these jokes tonight, bro.
Yeah, man. Holy shit.
We're gonna have to make this part of the Noah segment for the greatest hits at the end of the year. This stuff, all the stuff he got saddled with in the karaoke show. Like for real.
This wasn't last week tonight. This was open mic night. You can make that my intro.
Tired Noah is the best Noah. That's what we have learned today.
My brain is not fully at 100% capacity, so not all of me is here.
Okay, so in all seriousness, as far as there we go. Nice. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
in all seriousness, with Vince, do we know like the full thing of what he actually said? Does anybody want to give me more cliff notes as I kind of go on this? Because I haven't actually gave them my thoughts on this program.
That's all I know about. That was I didn't watch the episode. That is all that I have. So unfortunately, I can't give you more context.
JJ, I guarantee you.
I don't agree that people should be wishing death upon anybody anymore. I think there's enough of that going around that nobody needs that negativity. It's taking it too far. That said, I can understand why people would say that, even though it's wrong.
Yeah.
And therein lies the fundamental problem. I mean, everything that John Oliver mentioned in that one little quote, the fact that he's even back in a CEO role in any capacity is beyond me. I just gave up fully on. I went from being optimistic to cynical after that happened. I don't think people realize how 180 I've gone. Like it's.
Oh, I completely understand what I've seen.
Like people have seen it, and people may have gone through it in their own time, but like for me, I was like gung ho, looking forward to everything. Like not even a few months ago. During Mania, as Mania was happening, the Mania week was happening. I was like, yeah, things are looking up. And then Vince gets his grubby mustache back in the fucking power. Yeah, it's, you know, I've said it now, and I'm like, I just don't care anymore. I really don't care. Like,
I know. I mean, for what it's worth, James, for what it's worth, and I know you're going to take my comments with a grain of salt because I've always kind of been more of a WWE guy anyways. But for what it's worth, with the exception of that Raw After Mania episode, I haven't seen too much of a difference from the way it was pre-Mania and the way it is now.
Yet.
Triple H still seems to have pretty firm control. I think the biggest telltale as to where the company is going to go ironically ties into our next topic that we'll get into after this brief commercial break. I think the draft will be the biggest telltale that there's going to be.
Brand split, LOL. Time to shake things up again. Wild Card Invitational. How many different synonyms we're going to go with this one?
That's a fair point. And again,
I'm glad you said it.
We can get all into that here momentarily. Let me run a quick trailer to kind of, segue us through. But when we come back, we will get into our thoughts, our feelings, and maybe a little bit of speculation about the draft.
All right.
Here is a look at what is currently airing this month on the Casa D18 Studios channel.
Ringo Starr, still the drummer of the band, but you need to update the trailer with the watch-alongs.
Hey, you know what? When I make my monthly trailer, I don't change it. That's for everything for that month.
Amen.
That's fair. It's like an encore, and to be fair, you do literally have our next watch-along, which is literally TikTok less than 24 hours away. James, let's freaking go. Let's make an impact on this thing.
Yes, yes. And, you know, we mentioned the karaoke earlier, the wrestling one. If anybody enjoyed that Fab-esque instrumental coming soon, we haven't decided the date yet, but it'll be British invasion themed, baby.
Oh, hell.
Beatles, The Who, The Stones, Oasis, may have a little bit of Spice Girls on there.
You are going to get so copyright strikes.
We haven't yet, good sir. As long as we do the acapella like we have been, I think we'll be good.
Yeah.
I ain't seeing no damn Spice Girls. That ain't happening.
Oh my God! Yeah, sure you won't know. Yeah, see, you keep making this happen.
I know.
I draw the line on singing female pop star groups. All right, I draw the line there.
Yeah, you give me enough $1 million, I'll sing an Ariana Grande song. It will sound like an absolute bat out of hell, but you know,
my mom would destroy you.
Like my daughter actually joked the other day because she's here this weekend, and I was telling her that I was thinking about doing something like that. She was like, "I would pay to hear you and them do Wannabe by the Spice Girls." And I'm like, dude, if my daughter is willing to cough up her allowance to hear the four of us do Wannabe, that says something right there.
Your daughter can keep her money for a better buy on iTunes or a freaking candy bar in a video game. I ain't singing that.
Candy bar in a video game. Wow, that's
California probably buy candy bars for $3. You don't need Price is Right to tell you that.
No,
they're not that expensive. Even the king size is usually like $1.99.
By the way, Bob Barker does not sound anything like that. Steve Harvey, calm down.
Boy, shut up. I'm neither of those men. But
as we mentioned going into the commercial, we're gonna now discuss, speculate on, give our feelings about the impending draft, which is supposed to begin on Friday, April 28th, and continue on Raw on Monday, May 1st. Which, you know, is going to be the go-home Raw to the pay-per-view.
I would say that's before Backlash.
So, you know, that just totally makes sense to do it going right into a pay-per-view.
Yeah, absolutely.
PLE.
Why do it afterwards? Whatever. Why do it afterwards? You could literally try and reset and shake things up again. That'd be too logical. Logic?
Yeah.
WWE? Wait, do those two things exist in the same sentence?
They do. Well, let me say they have more recently with Triple H in charge.
Okay, you might be C+ grade report paper accurate on that, but I will agree.
Damn, at least give me a B-, bro. Jeez.
Fine, extra credit. Fine. I'm not going further than that.
I mean,
anyway.
But yeah, with Triple H in charge of things, you've got to admit there's been a lot more logic in structure and booking, the whole nine. So I'm not too sure about the logic about doing it going into a PLE. Definitely gives me a McMahon vibe, which is what makes me say that that's going to be, I feel, the true test as to where Vince stands creatively with the company.
And here I thought Night of Champions was going to be the true test. You threw this in my face. Now I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, that to me kind of already showed that because here's the thing: either Vince just wanted that change to Night of Champions because he didn't want to do it, or they decided at the last minute because Vince wanted it to happen The draft is happening. Fuck you, Triple H, because I said so. And that's why it got switched to Night of Champions, because now Triple H has to.
Well, reasoning be damned. It's still one of those things where it's like, how many people right now involved in the current storytelling on whatever front have literally, in some capacity, been on both shows?
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, you know what that reminds me of when it comes to management being all over the place because there's too many fucking cooks in the kitchen? WCW. Now, granted, they don't have management also trying to kill said company. In fact, everybody just wants a piece of the pot because everybody's greedy. So they're all trying to make it succeed and swim. The difference is Triple H actually has some pretty legitimate reasons, and everybody else is just like, well, I have my way and fuck you. It's the highway type deal. So I already lived through this. I lived through this twice. Most wrestling fans lived through this twice. I'm not going to be a fool a third time. It's not going to happen. You cannot pay me any amount. You can pay me $1 billion. I will not sit and watch watch whatever shambles this company is going to go into. I'm good.
James is not going to sell out for $1 billion. That says a whole lot. You can do a whole lot with $1 billion, even after taxes.
I know. I don't care. I have a lot more.
Brings up an interesting tidbit that I didn't know.
Go ahead.
Apparently, the WWE draft is going to be going to head with night 2, round 2 of 3 of the NFL draft.
I can guarantee you which one's going to have more of an attention and an investment to it.
You know what's
and I don't even watch it.
That's not even a Vince McMahon decision because Vince would have never ever done that. That's what's his name, the president of Endeavor. I don't even know his name.
Ari Emanuel.
That's an Ari Emanuel fucking booking decision right there.
Oh, it's UFC versus the NFL?
Dude, this is already a shit show! Oh my god! It's already happened.
Okay, well, let's try and bring this into a contextual conversation if we can. So, again, you got to think about this when it comes to the draft, as far as what we have seen from it, JJ. Yeah. Who's going to be the first one who truly is only going to be related to one brand to spearhead it in some capacity? Could we see a trading of champions just because, particularly the women? That's my initial thoughts right there. The only other thoughts I have right now, thinking about what Aaron said on reviews and thinking about, the landscape itself, the only actual people I could see being of some substance switch from, okay, you're mostly only seeing them on Raw. Why not put them on SmackDown and vice versa? From Raw, I probably would go with the Street Profits. From SmackDown, probably Braun Strowman and Ricochet, just so you have that big man dynamic and small man dynamic to go up against Alpha Academy if others don't become Ortiz. But that's truly off the top of my head, because as far as singles competitors goes, you can pretty much name on two hands the top names that have been across both shows. So again, also keep this in mind, Raw does not have a marquee title at the top of the card to go after, or the top star. Is this brand actually going to matter without that being at the forefront of priority?
It's almost
like you said the draft's going to be the keynote. I'm still holding out for Night of Champions. I mean, come on, it cannot be coincidental that King of Clear the Ring was all of a sudden changed to Night of Champions, where apparently every championship in WWE is going to be defended.
No, but 1,000-day T-shirt was worth that fucking headache, Noah.
Well, that's a different conversation. But
anyway, I've heard a couple rumblings of names that may be jockeyed around.
Like who?
Again, take this for what it is, grain of salt. This is just rumors. We here on Open Mic Night are not trying to throw out there that any of this stuff is actual fact.
I'll get the whole jar of salt and pour it on my table.
So what I have heard is that Damage Control is going to be split up with one going to Raw, one going to SmackDown, one going to NXT.
What?
What?
That's
all right.
Which, if that is what is actually going to happen, I can only imagine that Io is going to stay on Raw because she's currently the number one contender to Bianca.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey is going to go to SmackDown, and Dakota will probably end up back down in NXT.
Well, Dakota never became NXT
Why?
Women's Champion, so I guess there is that. And you do, and you know, I didn't consider that because not my NXT, damn it! But NXT is apparently part of your draft too. I think you did tell me that everybody, from talent to announcer to referee to friggin' probably commentary, is really up for grabs to switch gears. They're trying to literally reset the entire landscape.
I don't know about referees. I have heard commentators will be involved.
Okay.
Before I get into the other stuff that I've heard as potential rumors, let's go ahead and bring in the Meltzer of the multiverse.
Oh boy.
Josh Mansfield is here.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Howdy.
How you feeling?
And too bad Jeff isn't here yet to see the shirt I got on. My new one.
100% Stratisfaction. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Ordered right after she turned heel.
She's the bad guy.
So, Damage Control being broken up is one
right.
rumor that I've heard across the draft.
Okay.
I have also
wouldn't mind it
heard
at this point.
I have also heard that Roman is going to be drafted to Raw.
There goes Fox.
What was the point? What was the point?
The point is that he's the rumor I'm reading is he's going to be drafted to Raw.
Okay.
Given a new championship. Okay. And then SmackDown will get a new championship.
The Universal title 2.0.
Kind of like how when they did the Universal title.
Okay. So
sounds good. As long as we get two titles, then draft Cody to SmackDown.
Cody is not in the rumors that I have heard.
Yeah, Cody's going to be the face of Raw. As soon as Cody came back to WWE, I knew they were going to use him for Raw. It was clear he was going to be the guy on Raw, but Roman was the guy on SmackDown.
Did nobody...
And then...
Wow.
Then the other rumor I've heard, and I'm surprised this wasn't a name you brought up, Noah.
Well, I was just hotballing, but go for it.
I have heard that Austin Theory is going to go to SmackDown.
To trade the mid-card.
And Imperium is going to come to Raw.
I feel like Imperium, though, is better fitted for SmackDown, in my opinion, because I just feel like SmackDown better showcases the actual wrestlers, and Imperium is that to a T, aka Walter. And I will say this, when I do think about the Intercontinental Championship, I have always thought about more as Raw-based, while the US is more SmackDown-based. So in context, that actually does make sense to me.
Yeah, Imperium's definitely better on SmackDown. I would worry about them on Raw.
I think most of the great tag teams are on Raw, though. I mean, I'm going to call them by their new names because that's what I know them as. But can you imagine Kaiser and Vinci versus Alpha Academy in a decent little program there?
Yeah, I could see that.
Or against the Street Profits?
Well, again, if the Street Profits don't get traded, but again, Street Profits, one thing they have not done, I believe, is be SmackDown Tag Team Champions.
That's true. I mean, we've got to assume the Street Profits aren't going to get drafted themselves. But I mean, you think about the tag teams that are on Raw. I feel like Kaiser and Vinci would have banners with all of them.
But okay,
unintended.
And they've kind of ran through and had their course with the SmackDown guys. And then Walter has new people to contest with for the IC title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially if they're going to try to get him to beat the Honky Tonk Man. Let me finish talking, Josh.
I'm sorry.
Especially if they're going to try and have him get to passing the Honky Tonk Man record.
Which I believe he will.
You need to try to get some new viable competition for him.
Mm-hmm. Someone needs to step up to Darling General.
One second, James.
Workhorse Championship.
let Josh say what he was going to say as he was talking over me. Then I'll come back to you, James.
There you go.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
Always raise your hand, young man.
But that will also send him up with the collision course with Lesnar if Lesnar stays on Raw.
I
just couldn't imagine Lesnar getting drafted to SmackDown.
And I also
Again, no.
I just gotta put it out there, guys. Brock Lesnar has never, ever been associated with anything less than a world championship.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like Brock needs to be that guy anymore.
I do agree about that.
I mean, I'm not saying he needs to step down necessarily, but I would love to see Brock in a meaningful tag team with the run with the tag straps. Whether him and Shelton get back together, since, they haven't done shit with Shelton Benjamin since about 2008.
Shelton Benjamin versus Walter. Let's freaking go.
Let's be fair. Ever since the Hurt Business broke up, but I mean, if you want to be real, they haven't done shit with Shelton since he had his mama coming ringside.
Oh god.
Yeah, they've done nothing with him.
So put the Minnesota Stretching Crew back together, a throwback to 2001, 2002 OVW.
Mm-hmm.
Let them have a run with the fucking tag champs. Lesnar and Benjamin versus KO and Sammy. Yes, please.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair, but it sounds like KO and Sammy are currently stuck in a never-ending story with the Usos right now.
Can we
that song is awesome.
Can we also just put into
I agree.
perspective, though, this tag team thing? Can we just not? Can the tag teams just be null and void if you're on the main roster? Like, it shouldn't even fucking matter at this point. Both belts are on KO and it's Zayn anyway.
And I have a feeling that Night of Champions might be that separation.
Okay.
If they don't do it beforehand with the draft, I think that the Night of Champions could be that separation. Either that, or they're just going to freaking unify everything. Because in reality, the only belts that I think that need to be brand specific are IC and US.
I completely agree at this point. You might as well just have, at this point, brand split again, LOL. This draft for me only feels like the only real viable thing that could happen is rebuilding a mid-card division that could then be worked towards being your next future top stars of your entire company. And Walter's got to be at the forefront, being the throwback of the Intercontinental Champion. But again, what do I always say? Work Horseman Championship. You work your way through this title, you'll work your way up to the main spot. Walter absolutely deserves that. When I look at WWE's ecosystem nowadays, what do you really have outside of brand a separate identity than the friggin' mid-card championships? The women's championships at this point are practically the same at this rate, because how many times have I seen Sonya Deville go after both the SmackDown and the Raw Women's Championship? LOL.
No, I totally get you, and I see you, Josh. 1 second. My logic is that the women's division, we'll just get that one out of the way.
Yes, please.
What women's division?
You got 6 on SmackDown, and you got 10 maybe on Raw. And on Raw, you have 4 of them in impromptu tag teams, and the others doing probably nothing. And on SmackDown, you have 7 minus 1 is 6. You have 4 of them in tag teams, 1 legitimately injured, Ronda Rousey, and Shayna Baszler. And then you got the combination of Liv Morgan and Raquel, hot potato. Raquel now has been tag team champion now with 3 different people. Jesus. And then you have Sonya Deville. No, she's with tag team now with Chelsea Green.
The Karens.
Valhalla is just with freaking War Raiders. BFAP, irrelevant.
Exactly.
Carmella, irrelevant.
It's like I would like to see Valhalla and Piper Niven as a tag team.
Where's Nikki Cross? Is she still stuck?
I think they'd be a freaking amazing duo together.
I completely agree. I mean, but discuss together. I still think Piper Niven though should be with Gallus, but that's just my take anyway.
But I mean, okay, so there's no women's division, so you may as well unify those 2 titles.
Just build a white and
just
purple.
have you know, all of them gunning for one champion.
Remember when
The
there was
tag
a
titles? What tag division?
Yep.
You know, I mean, we've joked, Noah and James, multiple times that NXT has a more defined tag and women's division than the main rosters.
And that's even a stretch when you consider the tag as well.
It may be a stretch, but it's still facts.
Well, that's until Kiana James and Fallon Henry break up, which they probably just recently did on your NXT. But yes, you're right.
You know, so and then you got the world title, which, you know, with Roman still having it,
both
there's no legitimate real competition to him. I mean, I named a few names that hadn't had shots really at his title yet. You know, guys like AJ Styles, guys like Shinsuke Nakamura, who just came back, you know, haven't had shots at his belt. But it's like, okay, you may as well just have your world title division on both channels, both shows, and just have him defend the belt at the pay-per-views, the PLEs.
Well, again,
use the weeks on TV to build up a viable contender.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that would actually require smart booking. But also, again, I still hate saying it, and I'm just going to keep saying it. It's not about even the WWE Championship. That just plays accessory. That's an extra 10 pounds on Roman Reigns' shoulder. It's about that stupid Blue Universal Championship that he's had since Payback 2020 with WWE playing accessory. And you talk about this idea of, oh, okay, so he goes to Raw and SmackDown gets another championship. That just makes the WWE title feel even more relevant. And that title's got like 50 years of history with it. That's bullshit.
I know. And before I throw to you, Josh, I didn't forget about you. Matthew brings up the problem about Sammy.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Sammy doesn't go to Saudi.
Uh-oh.
So you can't do all the championships are on the line in Saudi Arabia unless they lose it the week before they go to Saudi and get it back right after.
Please tell me they are not going to hot potato these back between the freaking Usos.
They're going to have to.
Oh,
no,
I swear to God.
Saudi is after the draft. They could lose them to the Street Profits, the Viking Raiders. They could lose them to Braun and Ricochet. There's a lot of teams out there that they could lose them to without having to drop them back to the Usos.
But again, it's like I said, what does that do when it comes to the value of the moment if they just lose them like that?
If Imperium gets drafted to Raw, like I said, put them on Kaiser and Vinci. Then you've got Gunther with the IC title and the other two with tag straps.
As much as I love that idea, JJ, it still goes back to me about the absolute presentation and preservation of the championships versus the champion. Why that is a nicer image, your boys that had fought for this moment and created it possible since PWG would basically just a one-night stand if that is the case.
Yep.
It's one of those double-edged sword. It's a lose-lose scenario. Why it makes sense to merge most of the titles with this draft idea, you almost make the merging even more irrelevant if you're going to just be like, okay, I'm going to make it official. You guys are going to defend these championships against Imperium, but you're not going to defend these other championships. If you lose these championships, you're going straight to SmackDown. If you don't lose these championships, you can still bounce back with both brands. But again, is that literally the way to just split the titles at this point, tag or world championship? It's like, just why?
The other thing they could do in theory, and I'm not talking A-Town down,
I'm about to say you.
But the other thing they could do in theory is to have Sammy get attacked on Raw prior to Saudi and then do a contendership match at Saudi with the winner getting the title shot on Raw as soon as they come back.
For a moment, I thought you were just going to say that Solo Sikoa takes out Sammy and somehow it's Matt Riddle and Kevin Owens defending the titles in freaking Country Redacted.
That's a thought.
That would be interesting. I don't know KO's status and how he feels about going over there, if he stands with his brother-in-arms Sammy or not, but
he's gone.
He has?
I believe so, yes.
Wait, has Kevin Owens gone before?
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
I don't watch the show. I honestly don't recall.
Yeah. But the point is, what are they going to do with the tag titles if all titles are defended when one guy specifically doesn't go over there who is a current champion? I really think they don't think some of these ideas through sometimes when they do them.
That's because Vince McMahon never has a good stake. That's because Vince McMahon never has a good stake.
Yes. Now, of course, my thoughts on the draft and titles merging and splitting very much differ from the three of you. So I will digress in that one because
give your thoughts on it. We're open to hear your ideas.
This is open mic night, damn it. You got a freaking individual mindset. You best share it.
Split the tag titles because they are still legal, WWE.com wise, still separate titles. Call them whatever the fuck you want on TV. WWE.com, the official lineages, they are still separate titles.
That's so stupid.
Tag titles and the WWE title and Universal title, both still separate titles.
Right.
Here's what you do. You basically say when you draft Sammy and KO, whatever brand they go to, they automatically drop the others. Just vacate it and then have a match or a tournament for those titles. Roman, if he goes to Raw, he gets to choose which title he keeps, drop the other. Pretty simple.
Interesting take on that.
Or with Roman, you're just going to have him lose the Universal title at Night of Champions either way, if he doesn't lose it at Madison Square Garden, which it's going to be one of those. If it goes any longer than that, no thank you.
That Blue Universal title is more of a hard-on than any Blue Drew Roman Reigns could have, all right?
You advertising for Sean Ross Sapp there, Noah?
Yeah, maybe. Hey, you know what? Maybe Roman needs some Blue Chew with that Blue Universal title.
Okay, this isn't Access TV, so shut the fuck up. Meanwhile,
damn.
Look, I'm not in the mood for this WWE draft bullshit that's going to be even more relevant than the freaking wild card invitation that Happy Corbin used more times over than you could pull a slot machine.
I love the draft.
Dude.
So then I shouldn't ask if we should cover it on the Multiverse as a watch along.
Oh, no. Trust me, I'll cover it. I'll wear freaking red and blue, and I'll freaking John Oliver it. Trust me, I'll cover it. Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
I'll do a mock draft with someone if someone wants to do a mock draft with me.
I'm just no way I could do it anymore.
You can literally share a screenshot right now, and Josh could probably try and draft the WWE better than Adam Pearce without playing my GM mode.
I have done so many mock drafts. Do not compare me to Scrap Daddy. I have done so many mock drafts.
You're not an NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
I've done so many mock drafts for pro wrestling shows over my history of fantasy booking shit that I can't do another one, especially over a product that I just don't care about. I'm with Noah on this, man. Like I want to care, but they just this whole actually at one point I probably would have cared. Now I'm just so apathetic to it that just like, okay, how are they gonna fuck this up?
All right.
Damn it! I didn't forget call for the before it begins.
Okay, I enjoy fantasy shit like this, so I will do it with you, Mansfield.
There you
go. We'll present it next week on Open Mic Night. So my question for you is this: are we completely switching up entire rosters, or do we want to say change like 10 people from Raw, 10 people from SmackDown, 10 people from NXT?
I would just do your top 10 because that's what's always going to be the most important impact for both the Raw and SmackDown brand. Because let's face it, the first 2 rounds are each 5 picks. You know that. Raw gets 3 because they're the bigger show. SmackDown gets 2. I know how this goes. And usually it's the first 2 rounds that are the most important. So focus on that because everything else after that is just, okay, this happened, and then WWE.com reports the rest.
I was going to say they may flip it this year and let SmackDown get 3, Raw get 2 the first night because the first night is on SmackDown. And then Raw will get 3, SmackDown get 2 on Raw the following week.
But yeah, JJ, make it official. Y'all want draft coverage? I'm game.
Here's my thought.
I will discuss it with Jeff off the air over the next couple days, and I will let you know for sure next week on Open Mic Night because it'll still be a week out.
Right.
Sounds good.
I
Anyway,
will
continue,
say
Josh.
my gut instinct is to go all out because that's what it sounds like they're doing. They're
I
not
just am
doing
trying to
what they
think of.
did.
I'm trying to think of trying to keep it, condensed and not doing an
That's
entire
my point.
4-hour broadcast.
Right, which
Just
it
of us
should.
sharing our new roster.
So just do like 2 rounds.
So that's why I'm saying we should either do 10. I would say no more than 15.
Yeah, because
switches per show.
Because chances are, you more particularly JJ will probably have at least one NXT call up, and I guarantee you this draft will probably have at least one as well. We talked
I'd
about
have
it during
more than
WrestleMania
that.
week. There are people bound from your NXT to the other roster.
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying, like, if we're doing 10, then you figure you've got to move 10 guys from either Raw or SmackDown or women from Raw or SmackDown to NXT, which means you've got to pull 10 people from NXT to move up to the main roster. I can easily come up with 10 people that need to be moved up to the main roster.
Yeah,
fair point.
We'll figure out the details in the between. Hopefully WWE specifies in between if it's going to be like the 2004 to 2011 style draft of just some of the roster, or if it's the 2002 and 2016 etc. versions of every single person.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It will not be Stephanie McMahon reading them off, and it won't be Sonya Deville reading them off. It literally might just be Adam Pearce reading them off.
I can't wait to hear what you guys are going to book, and I can't wait not to book shit.
James gets to take a breather. His brain finally rests. God bless him.
James will just give his analysis based on our drafts.
Honestly, I will happily be a judge. I don't.
He will be Michael Cole at ringside giving his commentary on it.
Fuck Michael Cole. I'll be Simon Cowell of this shit. You kidding me? I am the master of brand split booking. Okay, for anybody that's known me for a period of time, I did a whole freaking Journey of Wrestling Let's Play of this shit. Okay, let's do this.
Me and James will be the guy in the green room in the virtual studio that just sees the result and briefly talk about it. Yep.
Bonus points if you actually do a trios division for one brand and a tag for another. You'll get brownie points with me because that's how
WWE. You're stupid.
I would just say when they did the brand split in 2016, I watched as many mock drafts as I could, and I confess, please forgive me, I think I even ended up watching Vince Russo's of that year.
Hey, you know what? A lot of people shit talk Russo. I don't shit talk Russo.
I don't either.
I will.
I actually enjoy Russo's takes a lot of the time, especially over some of the other people out there in the internet wrestling media.
Well, I guess he's not necessarily a viral disease, unlike some people. So, I mean, I can tolerate that.
Yes.
At the end of the day, Russo's had experience that some people out there haven't had, and that he's actually booked for major companies.
Yeah, can't argue that.
And he's had success in one, and he's had some failures in the others.
Yep.
But he's still done stuff that other people that think they can have an opinion on wrestling haven't done, and had to book for at least 3 major companies.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll listen to his opinions a little bit more than I'll take some others.
This is just my fair take, because JJ, you might have been gone during that time. Like, you talked about Josh, the early later 2000s drafts. I mean, I wonder honestly if it's better just to do like matches where this freaking brand gets an extra pick or something like that, and have your computer just go. I wonder if they should actually bring that back, or are they just gonna go, like I said, Adam Pearce just raise it off from the proverbial studios of USA Network and Fox. Yeah, right. Network Studios, my ass. So I mean, I do wonder what the presentation is going to be like. Again, there's a little intrigue with me, but I'm still not gonna hold my breath.
No, I hear you. I have my reservations as well. And like I said, going back to the beginning of this topic,
right?
I think this is where we will really see how much of Vince's input is involved in creative again. Because if certain people get split up, moved, reassigned, that make you kind of scratch your head, I think it's going to be the telltale sign that Vince is doing more in creative than Hunter wants us to believe he is.
Insert Tim Allen, what noise here from Home Improvement?
I fucking called it, but I was also called dense on the air by somebody. Not gonna name names.
I was gonna say no one here.
No one here. You're all good. Trust me, it was no one on open mic night.
What did I just miss?
Yeah, I got called. I'll just say I got called dense on the air because I said. It was along the lines of, it's a funny story now. He's apologized now. We're good. But, like, along the lines of the idea that, like, okay, just because it happened once, the Vince McMahon taking over the show creatively doesn't mean it's going to not happen. It doesn't mean it's going to happen every time. And I said, yeah, well, we've seen when Vince gives creative control to people like Eric Bischoff, Paul Heyman multiple times, Michael P.S. Hayes multiple times, John Laurinaitis. Every one of them has been fired. He said, is he going to fire Triple H? And I said, not yet. And then I got called dense. And then afterwards I said, how am I dense when he literally fired his own son last year? But okay, I'm dense.
Cool. I was going to say, JR is arguably the GOAT. How many times has he been fired by Vince?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yep.
That is very true. But,
so
hey, Shane's back though.
Now, well,
no, he's not. He's out with the torn quad.
He's got torn quad.
I screamed so loud in happiness and cried so loud in sadness.
Yes,
oh,
we heard you, Josh. When his music hit, me and Noah both said on commentary that we think we hear Josh.
Yeah, I know. I clicked right back in for that.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean,
17.
Before I throw to our little bumper trailer to move on to the next topic, I think we should stick with 10 for each show, Josh, and just call it a day there.
Well, considering according to Sportskeeda, get this: there are 40 actual members of the male Raw roster and 17 actual female members of the Raw roster. Who would have fucking?
Wait,
That's
so what does
crazy to
that
think
mean
of.
for SmackDown then?
SmackDown objectively has less.
I hate the third hour. Can I just say I hate the third?
We all hate the third hour, James. It's all good.
I am going to have to disagree again.
Well,
I don't mind it.
I know.
I think it flies by.
Well, when Hunter's booking it, sure.
There are currently 32 active men on the SmackDown roster and 18 women on the SmackDown roster.
I didn't even know they had 35 women employed on the main roster. And that says everything that you needed to say about the WWE.
Showed you to respect women's wrestling, right? I'm just saying.
Well, how many are out with injuries? Like Tamina,
He just said
for
active.
example.
You just said active.
Oh, active.
Yeah, pretty much. If you want to go back that way, first name I did see was AJ Styles. So as far as active versus injured, you do the math on that because the injured is not nearly as high as the inactive in catering.
What if what if everybody thinks that Shane tore his quad on the drop down, but he actually started irritating it on his dance? I'm still convinced the dance had something to do with it.
That's a lot of adrenaline. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's
All
true.
I know is the next time we do wrestling karaoke, Mansfield has to be here and he has to do Here Comes the Money.
Gladly, I accept.
All right.
It's better than Kelly.
You're right. We're going to throw the
hers
commercial
again.
here real quick. Got a little minute-and-a-half trailer for the boss man, the man whose name is on the marquee, the West Coast professor, Jeff Meacham.
All right.
Here's what's coming up for him in the next few weeks. And just a note, I do believe he still has the King of the Ring thing in here because the trailer was made prior to that change.
Fair.
updated trailers will have the update. But here's what's coming up for Jeff.
All right.
All right. I saw a little happy reaction on your face, Noah, when this popped up.
Everyone knows that my second love in life is game shows. So, I mean, game night, let's freaking go. That should be a hell of a good time.
This is something we kicked around for the audience to know. We had a little bit of a team meeting here this past week, and we're kicking around brainstorming some ideas. This was something we talked about possibly doing on a monthly basis and doing an open mic night forum based off of some popular game show, whether it's Jeopardy or Hollywood Squares or Match Game.
Oh, God.
You know, something along those lines, doing something different each month, engaging our audience, our viewers, and even doing where the week before we do it, the two people that give us the biggest amount of super chats can be the contestants the following week on the show. Kind of get the audience integrated and being part of the show, you know, entice them to super chat more. You know,
like
because
that,
you figure, you know, if you're gonna get the ability to be a contestant, then you gotta pay for it at the end of the day, you know.
You gotta be certain
Super chat, it's as simple as that.
There you go. You gotta be
More
certain
ways to torture
qualifications.
Noah.
And Ryan,
Hey, Noah's going to be the host for these game shows.
I mean, I do it at church.
Unless it's a Hollywood Squares type of thing, in which case Noah's going to be the center square.
We can't make him sing again.
Oh no, we're going to have plenty of karaoke opportunities coming up.
Yeah, that's a whole different topic.
Plenty of opportunities. I've been kicking around a few ideas. You know, we did discuss this one going into All In, where we do a little British invasion theme.
Yes.
God.
Another idea I had kicked around, which we'll probably save for next year, because after we do this one, we probably won't do another one until the Christmas one at the end of the year. But another idea I've been kicking around is a beach party theme.
Ooh.
Yeah, you think about like the Beach Boys, you know, the surf songs, stuff like that.
Oh,
DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, summertime.
Oh my God.
And then I actually had my daughter tell me that if we do this next one, she will be on the show to be a person to sing. Disney karaoke,
Yes.
baby.
Oh no!
Yes.
No!
Yes, please.
No! Damn it! No! Hell no!
Noah, I already have a perfect duet for us.
Stop, Josh!
We're going to have to even get your little Ella to watch that one. See Uncle Noah sing the Disney songs.
That
I
ain't
have a
happening.
perfect duet for us, Noah.
That's the one thing I'm not gonna freaking joke around about. That ain't happening.
Yes, Noah.
It's happening.
And by the way,
God.
JJ, I volunteer as tribute for the British one. I will do God Save the King all day, every day.
You mean
God
God Save
save
the Queen?
the king. You mean the queen? Yeah,
King?
queen.
No, there's no queen.
What do you mean?
She's dead.
Well, she's
Charles
dead.
is king.
Okay, but the song is still God Save the Queen.
Yeah, what do you mean?
What?
It's
change the
God
song
Save the
top-
King now that Charles is king.
Oh.
It changes with each monarch.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it changes with each monarch.
All
so
right.
it's God Save the King now.
But I agree with Matthew. Someone has to break out the power line and do Eye to Eye.
Don't know that one.
That's from the
Dude, you got to watch Goofy movie, bro.
But I will. I have
Wait
lots
a
of
minute.
fun
You
Disney
know this
songs
stuff,
to
Noah,
do.
and you're being
Because
adamant
I had
about
to
not
watch
doing
this
things.
shit when I was a child. My sister was the Disney freaking ballet.
Damn. Okay.
But I
Yes,
figured
okay,
the way we
Noah,
would
it's
do the Disney one is we'd have it divided up into decades. So like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s as far as the movies goes. And then we'd have princess, prince, and villain songs on there. So you could pick any song that falls from that decade. So if you get 90s, then you could do something from Aladdin, something from Lion King. You could do something from Goofy movie. You could do something from the Disney Afternoon. You know, you get into the 2000s, you can do like Hannah Montana, Wizards of Waverly Place.
Fuck
You
no.
can do
I
Frozen.
would sing all the Hannah Montana songs.
Gosh, what the hell? man?
Fuck no.
I loved Hannah Montana as a kid.
Well,
And then,
well,
and then Miley Cyrus came in like a wrecking ball and lost herself. And
while we finish the torment of Noah here, let's go ahead and bring in the No DQ predictions champion.
Okay.
Mikey
Ah!
T, the movie star, is in the building.
Here we go. Here comes
Me!
Let me just say-
Time
out.
DQ!
There he is.
Prediction League's champion
I was so
is in
close
the
to
building.
I was so close to stopping that from happening.
I was trying to time out it too because I wanted to tell him how good it was to have him here, how we've missed him these last few weeks before he gave us that. But you know, Mikey's so energetic about his title here. I'm surprised he doesn't have a cardboard belt made out of pizza boxes that says No DQ Predictions League champion.
Don't give him ideas, man.
Look at him.
Don't give him
He's looking
ideas.
around. Do I got anything I can make
be
one
like
with?
Be like the shortest reign ever. Now he's got to deal with.
Now he's looking. Now see what you started, JJ.
Damn it, JJ! You freaking idiot!
Oh, it's not me this time. What the hell? That's weird.
Right?
He's
But
got
it's good to have you back, Mikey T.
Hold on, I got a belt too. I got two up there.
You want me to get my 3 belts out here? You really want to test me?
Oh no! Don't start whipping people. No,
I was gonna say next to Noah, I've probably got the coolest one here because I've got that classic X Division title.
Got to give the people what they want.
You at least have a championship.
Give them what they want, Noah. You singing Disney songs, but I
Fuck that. I
digress.
ain't getting that. That ain't happening.
No, I already have a perfect duet for us.
Shut it, Josh! God.
As long as you don't say love is an open door, Josh.
No, it's not that one, but it's just as bad.
Oh my God.
I'm scared to know, but I'm curious at the same time.
Love is the door that's open.
It's a more recent one, too.
I have not messed with Disney since I had to endure every movie with my sister, including the freaking sing-along ones. It's like, shut it off! Shut it off!
This is gonna break the channel.
This is gonna be good.
It
Fuck
will be.
me.
We love you, Noah.
Yeah, I know.
You know
Noah,
you
your
love submitting yourself to
rendition-
this, don't you lie.
Yo, Noah's rendition of Cody Rhodes' theme was like the best karaoke I've heard in years. You know what I
Right?
mean?
Okay.
Ever since Noah did that, that song means so much more to me now.
Not a
I mean,
sexy
and he
boy.
did Dusty too. He
No,
did
not
both
sexy
Riggers.
boy, Josh.
Can't believe you all made me do that. I'm never gonna forgive
But
you.
what about Mikey T? What about Noah doing Stand Back and dancing the whole nine?
Where the fuck did the people have the money? I thought we're about to go back into a damn recession. You gotta freaking buy all the paper products that are already overpriced, and somehow you pay to have me do Stand Back. What the hell is wrong with y'all and your damn financial judgment?
I think
When
I
Noah
heard
suggested doing that, I was like, what the hell is he talking about? He's like, I'm going to do the whole 9. I'm going to stand up, dance. I'm going to give it all to you. I was like, what is he talking
They actually
about?
freaking prove you wrong. Freaking monkeys.
Oh Jesus, Mansfield!
Shit.
We'll keep that one a secret too.
What
God
are
damn
you
it.
doing?
Don't
He
JJ
just told me
knows.
the song he was talking about. Okay.
It's bad.
I'm so confused. Like I'm
It's
just,
okay, James. It's
I'm
okay.
in the big G spot. I'm just happy to be here, I guess, today. I don't know what's going on.
It's open mic night, damn it. That's what's going on. And you guys
mean,
are
it
trying to
is.
once again use me and freaking buy my dignity to sing fucking Disney.
James,
Well,
check your
I will
messages.
say, Elizabeth, I will say, it's the type of thing you're just going to have to go back in the archives and watch. We can't give you a sample while on the air because no one is prepared for it.
Arlene, don't.
I mean, I am.
Save your money.
don't-
go
we
see
don't
the
have-
Mario movie 3 times.
We
go
don't
save your
have
money.
the wheels set up, but trust and believe that it is something that you want to be prepared for. We always give you usually a couple weeks head up. We usually try to let you guys know a month out, at least a month out, so that you guys have time to save from paychecks, but it's definitely something that you don't want to miss. There are currently 2 up in the archives. We did a Christmas Carols one last year. And then just the week prior to WrestleMania, we did wrestling themes. So it's
fun.
It's something to behold because we all make asses of ourselves. Some of us sing better than others. But the fact that we all have no shame when we do it,
No.
including those of us that fight it the entire time and still have fun doing it, it's honestly some of the best shows we've ever done.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And Arlene is already starting to save for donating. Noah.
Arlene!
Yay.
No, stop it!
Yes, do it. Do it.
No, don't do it.
James,
do
did you check the
better.
messages?
I have not. Why did you send it to me too? Oh
Check
no.
it.
I'm checking. Wait.
See, look. Daniel's trying to come in clutch for you. He's saying to save his money so that he can punish someone else for you to have his revenge.
The problem is, that's the thing. People aren't going to take it as a punishment, Daniel. You really have to find somebody to come on
I'll
the
be real
show
with you.
for it to
I'm
happen.
stuck in a realm of Disney, and I'm the only one that's not part of the magic.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus, Josh.
So we'll make sure. So we'll make sure Noah sings villain songs at least, so he can get that vindictive.
That's actually pretty funny.
Let him sing Scar. Be prepared.
Yeah, that's some good shit.
That's
Right?
pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah,
You saw the message, James?
I did. You crazy bastard.
Josh, am I going to kill you?
Yes, you probably will. But that's
Possibly, maybe, cannot confirm nor deny that this.
But in all fairness, Noah, what Josh is possibly going to have you seen, you don't have to deal with for probably close to a year. Because like I said, after we do the British invasion one, we're not going to do any more this year because we're going to have the Christmas one. So Disney will not be until next year at its soonest. So you've got plenty of time to go back into those Disney archives, watch some movies with your precious Ella, sing along with her, because she sits there getting Uncle Noah to sing along with her.
No, she just constantly sings Let It Go, and I'm too freaking kind to tell her to shut up.
Let it go, let it go.
God damn. Whoa.
I don't know that song.
Can't hold it back anymore.
How do you not
Yeah,
know
wow,
that, Mikey T?
wow,
That song was
wow.
everywhere.
It was everywhere. I went to fucking Walmart and all I kept hearing was that damn song. I was like, God.
I think I did Into the Unknown cover. Just
I know one song that I definitely am gonna choose if my name comes up on the wheel and the proper genre decade comes up, and that's one by a certain Dwayne Johnson.
What's that? Is that his song with Tech Nine?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's in a Disney movie, Mikey T.
Oh yeah. What?
The one from Moana, bro. You're welcome. I love fucking with that song with my daughter.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah, I think I've
Whenever
heard you say that
she
before.
does something and she says thank you, I always look at her and I give her the "What can I say except you're welcome?" And she's like, "Dad, stop."
See,
I was
Mikey
like, what?
Mikey T's on
She's
that
literally in the
report
other
card
room.
radio
If she hears
wavelength.
me say it, she will probably come out here and confirm that allegation.
I was wondering what the hell my other
I'll
was
take
talking
all the
about.
Hannah Montana and High School Musical ones.
That was like the
Well,
only
like I
rock
said-
movie I didn't see.
Like I said, what we're gonna do is we'll probably start with the 40s, and we'll have 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s,
Yeah.
2000s, 2010s, 2020s, Prince, Princess, Villain. Those will be the categories. So as long as the Hannah Montana song that you want to sing comes from the decade that comes up when you get spun on the wheel, you're golden.
That is true. You know what's funny is that you talk about Disney and Mikey T's like, oh, you mean the Sonic did with Tech Nine? He's on that report card radio wavelength right now. He just got
Right?
the live stream.
For real.
Yeah, the
Just
Rock
can't
actually
wait.
recorded a 16 for Tech Nine.
I love
Just
that.
can't
It's
wait
so
to be
good.
Queen Elizabeth is my favorite from Lion King. I do all the parts in that song. I don't care. I will switch from Simba to Nala to Zazu effortlessly.
let
Just
Josh do
boom,
that.
boom, boom, going through the entire song. I don't care.
So
Okay, so
we keep talking about songs.
bringing things back into wrestling talk.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Christ.
I do have one more topic, and unfortunately, it is a little bit of a bummer topic that recently came out. It's not near as serious as the stuff we dealt with last week.
Yay.
But it is still a bit of a bummer, and it's at the end of the day, it's a death in the family for a certain superstar, and then it's the way fans responded to
Oh
it.
God.
What?
Yeah, because
God
some
damn it.
fans just don't know when to know their role and shut their fucking mouths.
It's fucking
Why
Twitter.
I don't be on the social media.
So it started on Friday with a simple tweet from Rhea of just a broken heart.
Oh no.
And no one really knew what it meant. But then the news came out that on Thursday she lost her Nana. And she posted some sweet photos of them on social media. I love that picture of little Rhea there.
Yeah, believe it or not, folks, Rhea was not always dark hair.
Yeah. You can see she wrote Nana on her cheek for SmackDown. I paid tribute there.
Respect.
But then this jack off named Bugsy_18 says, "Go home and leave WWE, please, Rhea. No one likes you."
Okay, hold on. Everyone shut the fuck up. JJ, look, I know you're doing this, but I'm going to say this one time and one time only, and then I could leave this room because I don't really give a shit. I'll say it until the cows come home and until the world burns before me. I know there is the negative toxicity of the idiocracy that is this so-called internet wrestling community. Acknowledging even the handler just makes me want to freaking proverbially go into their computer, take their information, and make sure they are the most wanted person on the planet and shot on sight. Seriously, man, I understand what you're doing, but next time, hide the actual asshole, because to actually know the individual or even see an image of that freaking shit is enough to drive anybody down the wrong road path of a mentality. Fuck the toxic internet wrestling community. Show some damn compassion or get the hell off this damn fucking planet. Rhea Ripley would have my condolences and my prayers. And that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah.
My apologies
Yeah.
for not doing that. However, he has already deleted that account and created another one because of the backlash that he got.
Yeah, of course.
So that's the main reason why I didn't go ahead and do it, because that account no longer exists.
Good.
Yeah, well, too bad the individual
But
does.
then Rhea came on and had to respond to it and said, people like this make me regret leaving everyone I love behind. I've missed years without people I love to entertain and live my dream. You are a disgusting human and don't deserve me, but here I am doing my job. Realize what's TV and what's real life. I deserve better.
As does anybody, for that matter, that has to deal with the fact you gotta use social media just to be exposed or marketed or booked or known or over. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Man, like, dude.
I don't got anything else to say about this. I really
No, I understand, Noah. And again, I apologize for not blocking the guy's handle there, but like I said, he's already deleted that account and created a new one because of the backlash that he's got, which is why I didn't think it was a big deal.
Well,
but
unfortunately,
at the end of the day, like Rhea said, and I think everybody echoes that sentiment, and it's just like it's television, bro. She isn't that person in real life. You guys need to separate what is TV and what is real.
Yeah.
I've said it 100 times on my respective shows, whether it's Renegade Wrestling, Dads, Open Mic Night, Talk Wrestling when I've been on the review. 99% of the time, the heels are the coolest people to meet.
Yeah.
They are the nicest people in real life because they show you the fact that it's just a character on TV. Yeah, you get your MJFs of the world, the guys that live their gimmick 24/7. And to a certain degree, that's cool, but those guys are few and far between. The majority of the people, and especially the ones in the E, which is a corporate conglomerate, freaking mega company, when they're off TV, they're just their normal selves. That's why it always dumbfounds me when shit like this comes out, because it's like I should be used to it after being a fan for 25 years, after covering it on the internet on and off for 12 years.
Yeah.
But it's just like you don't do that to the villains in your movies. You don't come up to Josh Brolin, who played Thanos in the MCU, and talk that kind of shit to him. So why are you doing it to Rhea Ripley?
Yeah.
Like that just don't make no sense to me.
There's a lot of sick people in this world.
As a whole, as the human species, and especially as wrestling fans, we just need to do better, people.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a quote from a 1988 movie, a couple of stoner goofballs from San Dimas, California. Be excellent to each other. Seriously.
What movie was that, JJ?
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Okay.
I mean, it's a corny goofball movie, but that's the tweet right there. Be excellent to each other.
Yeah.
It's that easy. Yeah, Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter. Yeah, there were 3 of them. The most recent one came out like a couple years ago.
Okay, because I just recently watched those.
If I may as well, this especially hits home to me with what Rhea just dealt with, because if everybody knows, I mean,
right. Sorry about that, Austin James.
So, like, that was just seeing that almost made me just completely break down. That was rough to see. And then luckily, it's fucking funny as that guy made me angry, and then it kind of balanced everything out, so I didn't break down. But still, Riyadh, no, you're not alone with this.
Yeah.
This is a very this. It doesn't matter how old somebody is, man. Like that really doesn't get any better. Like
No.
it does hurt, no matter how old they are, no matter what they're suffering from. I lost not only my grandpa, but I lost my Aunt Gail very similarly for the same reasons as I believe Rhea lost her. So it was really rough to know that. I just don't. I don't get it. I don't get why fans have to be so and then again, it's like, I don't know. Maybe he's like, I want to think like, oh, he's really into the fucking kayfabe or whatever. But even then, it's like, dude, like you can't even tell what the hell's like real with people's on social media and what isn't. That's why I just don't care anymore about watching the WWE, especially because people like this exist, and it's very prevalent in the WWE. It's a fucking problem. It's a big fucking problem.
Well, I mean, fans like this exist in every form of entertainment, and in every wrestling company.
It's just really
so. Unfortunately, James, I mean, we can't make it a WWE specific thing.
Yeah.
Because these fans exist in AEW too.
Yes,
I mean, let's talk about
that. Yeah,
we can go down the laundry list of fans that subscribe to the elite bullshit and want CM Punk to just go fuck himself, But there's a line there.
Well, that's the thing. It's not. I guess it's Now that you bring that up, it's just a wrestling problem in general. I'm glad you actually brought that up because.
And that's why I said that
every other
fans,
every
need
other
to get better.
Every other form of entertainment has these problems, but you don't see it as fucking much, man. When it comes to like, you really don't. Like, you don't see it in a lot of other places this bad in entertainment. Like, this is bad. This is not okay. It shouldn't be tolerated, and it's gotten worse as the years have gone on with this particular industry. I've never seen any form of entertainment this bad when it comes to these fucking people.
And social media is the main reason why it's that bad too. It's definitely one of the biggest factors.
I will agree to an extent with you, James, because you may be too young to remember. But these type of fans
always existed.
Oh no, I know.
These type of fans were really prevalent in hip hop music. We'll say around 95, 96, especially during the era where Bad Boy and Death Row were beefing.
Well, it was definitely
and it was Biggie versus Pac, East Coast versus West Coast.
Yeah,
like these fans definitely existed in that fandom at that time, and it took the deaths of Biggie and Tupac for a lot of it to simmer down.
Right.
And for a good, I'd say maybe 5 years afterwards, it was still there, just not near as intense as it was when they were still alive. So this type of stuff has definitely been there in other medias, maybe not as recently as it seems to have existed in professional wrestling. I'll give you that.
Damn it.
But Mikey T, you being a hip hop head, I'm sure you remember some of that shit during the East Coast, West Coast era.
Well, I think it exists today a lot more in reality television as well. When you just see somebody on TV who does something that like you're just really dissatisfied with, something that pisses you off. you know, a lot of these people that go on these reality shows, you can just look up like Brian from whatever show on Instagram, and then people will literally go on their Instagram and just start saying the most disparaging shit about them. You know, I haven't watched SmackDown this week, but you know, just the fact that Rhea Ripley would actually be there when her nanny had actually passed away shows you how much she actually cares about her job and, you know, actually going out there for all of us, the fans, which totally makes this guy so much more of a dipshit to actually be posting like that just to get a reaction, really posting like that just to get a reaction. And, you know, when family passes away, like that's just one of the, you know, biggest, that just puts one of the biggest holes in you. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
I agree with you.
That guy's an idiot.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I'll also add to your point, Mikey T. This is why, while I may be not as prevalent in the wrestling space anymore for a lot of reasons similar to what this fucking moron did on the fucking Twitter, this is why I always say I will always be a fan of the professional wrestler first, and the company can fuck themselves. Because if you go in with the mentality of let's fully support the WWE through and through, or let's fully support AEW through and through, and insert company name here, and you are so hell bent on supporting them tooth and freaking nail that you don't even see the humanity in the people that are actually involved in the company, this type of shit's bound to happen fucking 99% of the time, every time. And I just don't want to ever be a part of that fucking mindset. Like, this is why I'm a fan of the performers first and company second. And company maybe dead last, to be fully honest.
Because if it's not for the performers, the companies wouldn't exist.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Although tell that to Vincent Kennedy McMahon. But
yeah, I know.
That's a different conversation. Bottom line, humanity, be better.
Amen, my brother.
You did mention this, JJ. You did mention the elite shit. Oh, and Holy Bible. Look at that.
Yeah,
Proverbs gives you enough wisdom to remind you how to really act in these type of situations, but also how you should behave in general. So again, I use this as a reminder to why I decide not to scroll, not to read, not to buy in, not to breed toxicity, and overall just enjoy life and enjoy wrestling. If more people did that, maybe humanity would be more of a stable place. It will never be perfect, for evil has to coexist with what is good, because you're always going to have one counterbalancing the other. But at least one could be more predominant than the other. Yeah. Maybe then this world wouldn't be so fucked up. Lord forgive me.
James was about to say something, Josh. So let him speak, and then we can.
Yeah, I was actually gonna talk about because you brought it up earlier, but I want to do a funny to try to make everybody happy, because he has the Holy Bible. So I have a funny. Don't take it too seriously, but there was like this joke that I heard once from my buddy Mike ages ago, and he said it to me once. Because I grew up Catholic. I don't know if anybody knows it on this audience, but if you've known me for a period of time, Catholic boy. And Mike, just because he just looked at me randomly, because he knows I hate being called Jimmy, so he just looks at me and he's like, goes, "Do you read the Holy Bible? Do you believe in the mighty Jimmy?" And I'm like, huh? Who's the mighty Jimmy? Who the fuck's the mighty Jimmy? I wanted to meet this mighty Jimmy.
Well, R-Truth had little Jimmy.
Oh, is that maybe that's the mighty Jimmy this entire time? Maybe that's his father. We don't know. Father, mighty Jimmy. Hey, what's going on, little Jimmy?
We need to have a tag match: R-Truth and little Jimmy versus Shawn Michaels and God.
Ooh, oh no.
Hopefully God won't walk out on Shawn Michaels again.
Not again, no. That was karma biting him in the ass for all the times he bet in politics. Praise little Jimmy. No, it's praise the mighty Jimmy. Matthew. Praise the mighty Jimmy.
All right, Josh, what were you going to say?
I don't get it.
It's okay, Noah.
Be happy you weren't listening, Noah.
No, I was trying to cheer you up, man. Be happy. I was trying to make you smile.
All I was going to say is, Noah, I think I speak on behalf of everyone, and the Mansfield means everyone. In the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media and No DQ Media, when I say we love you and we don't deserve you.
That is true.
We do not deserve you, Noah.
I agree. But the that doesn't roll off the top. I see what you were doing the Rock thing. It doesn't.
What do you mean? I was digging his gimmick there, James.
Were you?
Stealing people's gimmick is
and the Mansfield means anyone.
There you go. Okay, fair enough.
I was digging that. I was like,
hey, you know what? Hey, you made a fan out of Mikey T. I just maybe it wasn't for me.
I was like, I guess I must have missed that.
I did too.
Unless he just made it up.
Anyway, what were you gonna say, Josh? There was another point you were gonna make.
Just that we don't deserve Noah and we love him.
Oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you brought up JJ the AEW stuff and how everybody is the way they are or whatever. I actually have a great tweet from Mr. Cash Wheeler and also in relation to the story that I told you I found about, and I actually have like a full-on article that I can read if you shall allow me, good sir.
Actually, I like the idea of that because I'm done with my topics that I had. Let me run a trailer real quick to kind of break up the monotony here.
Sounds
good. We'll go into that as soon as we come back from trailer, okay?
Sounds good to me.
We saw a little bit ago what Casa D18 Studios Renegades Reviews is running this month. Check out what we've got coming up next month. So there you go. That is what is coming up next month on Casa D18 Studios.
Get ready for a whole bunch of new fans.
At first, Daniel thought Westerns Month, but then he saw John Wayne was like, "Oh, never mind, John Wayne Month."
Wait a minute.
Like
no one got a hat on for that.
At the end of the day, Daniel,
Oh,
we
boy.
got such a positive response to the Rio Bravo review that I did this month that's why we're going to be doing that. I've literally got 327 views on that review, which is the biggest number of views I've got on a review in that short a time. Like, I actually went back in my archives, and there's a couple that I've got like 500 views on, but that's over 2 years of the video being up. This was 327 views since April 1st. So that's a huge demographic. That's a huge response to that movie. Figured, what the hell? Let's see if it's a fluke, or see if this is something that people actually are like wanting to see in these John Wayne movies.
Good on you, partner.
Damn it, Noah.
I knew it. It was going to be a Western reference. By the way, Noah, your microphone went down. Is there a reason?
Let's see it with that. Put your head up, Noah. Let's see it with that hat on.
Yeah, Pilgrim.
Noah.
Yeah. You actually, Noah, you rocking this actually. Can we have you in the black hat going forward?
How are you doing, Pilgrim?
How are you doing, Pilgrim? Are you okay? Are you okay, my dude?
I'm feeling all right.
He looks like he's about to go to sleep under his sombrero there.
I mean,
it's not a sombrero. It's not a sombrero, bitch.
I know it's a cowboy hat, but just the tone in his voice. You know, you imagine the guy sitting there with the big old sombrero,
I
just
know
like
what you
dozing
mean.
off.
Yeah.
You'd make a good Tinder profile picture for him.
That would make a good Tinder if he.
He just joined the room, saying that he just got back from seeing The Nocturnal Affair, Seventh Day Slumber, and Fozzie Live, and that he's glad to see you back, James, after all you've been through.
I appreciate it, man. I do appreciate that. Okay.
The funny thing, Daniel, is I believe everybody is sober right now. That's the scary part.
So far.
We are sober, and I'm too tired to drink.
I've drank some coffee, but there's no alcohol on my table this evening.
I think he just drank orange juice, a soda, something.
Yeah, no, it doesn't drink
Gatorade,
alcohol.
James.
Oh, dumbass. Fair enough.
Wasn't it Yoo-hoo?
Yeah, you-hoo. Yeah, right now. Well, we're about to go boo-hoo for a second. JJ, I got my screen shared, so I got the article ready. If we want to get right to that. So, for everybody that doesn't know, apparently AEW Collision, a 2-hour show on Saturdays, really weird day. They're still maintain that. Apparently set for Chicago in June, likely on TNT, with CM Punk as the top star.
Oh God.
So okay.
Yes.
Now hang on, hang on.
Almighty.
Now hang on, because this is normally I wouldn't give anything from Figure 4 any credit, but the guy has actually broken shit that's actually been true before. And I will still use air quotes allegedly, and because shit can change from now and then. Let's be real, especially in this industry. But it was originally reported by Andrew Zarian of the Matman podcast that in March, AEW and Warner Brothers Discovery were closing in on a deal to add a third AEW show, similar to Rampage, indicating a 1-hour series, and teased it could air on Saturday nights. All Elite Wrestling recently filed to trademark AEW Collision for entertainment services with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, the rumored name of the new show. It was later reported on the show that it might be premiering in July. AEW recently nixed a Rampage event from Friday of July 14th and added the TV event on Saturday, July 8th from Regina Sketch. Wow. Can somebody help me with that? What does that say? Saskatchewan, right?
Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Sorry. Couldn't. Brain has problems with Saskatchewan. Reports came out this week that CM Punk is returning to the promotion with tentative for it to happen on the June 21st edition of AEW Dynamite in Chicago. As previously reported, AEW might have an idea to ease the tension among those who don't like Punk and vice versa by putting him on the Saturday show and separating the roster by ratings. Rating the roster between the two shows, I guess that's their idea, I guess, to ease the tension. Yeah, because that won't be a shit show or anything. He also reported that Saturday's show will be premiering in June as a 2-hour program from 8 to 10 p.m. EST. So he also said something about Punk, which I'm going to skip right to. Zarian said Punk said, I think Punk is being very humble. I know that he has been really wanting to make this work. From what I've been told, I think he realizes what an absurd moment that was for them. And at the end of the day, he knows the importance of the wrestling business and the success of AEW, how important this is for the entire wrestling industry. Right afterwards, I have a little tweet from one Cash Wheeler of the FTR, new AEW World Tag Team Champion. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, we went down to 4, but fair enough. Dax is one of the best people you could ever meet. And this is, I guess, related to, what Dax's thoughts on all this were. Passionate about wrestling and family, protective over his friends, especially with people when people don't know everything. He's not afraid to speak up and not to do it anonymously. He's honest to a fault. We all need to do better to fix this situation. Everyone involved, no finger pointed. No one is completely innocent, and I respect everyone involved and want the best for AEW. I'm tired of reading the negativity from both sides, fans and wrestlers. Real life is more important enough. And that just about sums up what I fucking think about this shit as well. I think that's the proper comment here. Because, okay. So, because here's the reality of the situation. You're going to put this 2-hour show on TNT. And the way you're going to ease the tension, quote unquote, is by making this 2-hour show on a Saturday fucking night, which good luck on the pay-per-views, by the way. That's gonna go well, I'm sure. And then your idea is to put Punk on that show. So basically, we're going to put everybody in the Punk camp on one show and then everybody in the fucking Elite camp on Dynamite. Here's my question. And it's the question I've been fucking saying since the start of this shit. Back in August of 2022. How the fuck does that solve the main problem? Get everybody in a room and get them over their bullshit. Everybody involved in this situation. There shouldn't have to fucking be a separation of anybody. And if nobody wants to fucking play ball, and the very guy who literally said, I want to come back and try to make this work, and you ain't going to play ball, fucking make an example out of them and fire their ass. Grow some fucking balls, Tony. God damn it. Ridiculous. Christ.
Preaching to the choir, 100% accurate as far as the handling of CM Punk goes.
For the love of God, how many times are we going to go in circles with this crap? Seriously. Like, and by the way, I'm not even going to fucking read, like, what Brandon Cutler said, because his fucking take was so asinine. Like, it was It's ridiculous. Fuck off. Just get over your bullshit. It's not that hard. Go ahead, JJ. I needed to get that out there.
No. That's fine. That's
stupid,
fine.
man.
Matthew makes a great point. What happens if the Saturday show draws more ratings than Dynamite or Rampage?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, granted, if it's going against a PLE, that's one thing. But for the non-PLE weeks, and that's assuming WWE doesn't move to Sundays, go back to Sundays, especially with the new merger and everything. But that's going to cause some major drama if the CM Punk-led show gets better ratings than the Elite head show,
or vice versa as well. Let's be transparent and fair as well. Like
we can be transparent and fair, but and again, as much as we've said, ratings don't matter as much as they used to, and they're not taken the way that they used to be. CM Punk on Rampage and Dynamite was getting million plus viewers, something they haven't been able to do since Punk's been out of the picture.
Are you guys watching wrestling on Saturday though? Like, are you guys all going to watch it? I mean, 9 o'clock at night.
I probably would. If there's not a PLE on,
I would more than likely. I don't understand why we need another show when you can easily just make this Rampage's time and just add an hour to Rampage. I don't get the reason why they're doing it like this. Other than, again, because they want to separate the Punk camp and the Elite camp so that way there's no bullshit. And like the only person that has the right idea about any of this is Dax Harwood. Seriously. Like, everybody needs to get over their horseshit. Everybody. Like, admit where you fucked up, by the way. And by the way, not for nothing, but and I said this, but since I don't know if anybody has actually heard my take on this, but I'll just say it here too. That includes Phil and Scott Colton. Colt, Punk, get in the fucking room. Start talking and actually work together and do fucking business. Because you are just as much to fucking blame in 2014 as anybody else in this fucking equation. The fact that you guys are still at each other's throats all these years later, which sparked this fucking crap, says all that needs to be said. You guys should have buried the fucking hatchet the minute Punk was signed. And if Punk didn't want to, then you needed to get rid of him immediately anyway. And vice versa. If Colt didn't want to fucking do business with fucking Phil, you needed to get rid of him right the fuck away. And if anybody had a problem with that, there's the front fucking door. Like, this, if nobody wants to fucking play ball, then you can't fucking have a harmonistic locker room. You can separate the shows all you fucking want. This already proved to be a fucking failure. Tony, you tried this with Scott Colton. You tried this with Colt Cabana. You moved Colt Cabana out of the Dark Order into Ring of Honor. Inexplicably out of fucking nowhere. Not telling anybody that you were going to make that move, including Phil and including Paige. No, neither one of them fucking knew. You then fucking saw what happened, and Hangman Page went and assumed the shit that he shouldn't have fucking assumed, because the man an ass out of him and everybody else in the company, and he shot on Phil. So you already know this is going to go into a fucking disaster zone. How are you going to make the same mistake again with this fucking collision show?
The definition of insanity, repeating the same situation, expecting a different result.
This guy might, honest to God, be on crack. Seriously. Like, no fucking sane person that isn't on drugs is doing this shit a second fucking time when it already blew up in his face the first fucking time. That makes zero fucking sense. Jesus Christ.
James, I want to say I respect your opinion. You know what I mean? You come at it. You know what I mean? You got your points. Myself personally, I am happy about CM Punk coming back. I mean, I'd like to see what happens.
I am too, by the way.
Besides the fact that he really can't get it done in the ring anymore. I mean, his last 2 matches have put him out of action for 3 months and now 9 months. I'm not really seeing what Tony Khan is expecting that's going to happen that's going to be any different this go around. The man, when he gets put in a big match circumstance, he gets injured. You know, Phil Brooks is just seemingly at the end of his days. Now, I'm really intrigued what's going to happen with this Wembley show as well. They said they got 45,000 buys.
Allegedly.
I want to see, yeah, exactly. Sign-ups. Just because somebody signs up doesn't mean they're going to buy it, first of all. You know what I mean? I was about to go sign up. You think I'm going to England for a show? I'm definitely not going to England for that show.
If I had the money, I might. I wouldn't mind going and seeing wrestling at Wembley. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to London for a AEW show. You know what I mean? And isn't WWE, they're going to London, when is it, in June or July?
July 1st.
O2 Arena, July 1st.
Yep. I would have thought it would have been smarter for AEW to do something like the O2 Arena. You know what I mean? But obviously WWE already has it booked. But just to stay on this topic, I am excited about CM Punk coming back. I want to see what feuds he can do, even though his AEW run was kind of the most. It was like The Rock wrestling Hulk Hogan. It was like The Rock wrestling John Cena the first year. It was like they were doing all the most basic shit. And it's like, how long is it going to take us to get through all these rest holds and these, just like how they do it sometimes, like how they were doing it at the beginning of the Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes match. They're just feeling it out way too much. I want to see these guys go balls to the wall. You know what I mean? I want to see them go with all fire on all cylinders. You know what I mean? But that's just my take on it. Guys, I really appreciate you having me on tonight. I got to run, though. It's open mic for life.
Damn it.
All right. And Noah, we're going to be singing. We got a whole bunch of joints. The beach party. I'm going to be here with my beach outfit on. And then, holiday theme. But peace out, guys. I appreciate y'all. JJ, Noah.
Always good to have you on,
Love
Mikey
you, brother.
T. Thank you for popping in there. We did get a super chat from Emmanuel while Mikey T was talking there.
Yeah.
Thank you to Emmanuel for your $5 super chat. If you are CM Punk, what do you ask for him to even go back?
Do business.
Do business.
Well,
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a reason why I didn't really retort. Again, we are literally opening up and just poking at the same dead damn carcass that is CM Punk and his state in AEW. And the fact that he doesn't want to do business with Domino Effect.
No,
Elite don't
he
want to do business.
does.
Domino
I was
Effect.
going to say,
He does want to.
he seems
So
like
now
he
he
is
does.
willing to do business.
No, he's been wanting
It's
to
the
do
elite.
business. Yeah, it's been, and the reality is, regardless, I will say, both of them are just as bad as each other because at one point,
but
neither one of them wanted to do
here.
business.
There's no
Neither
neutral
one of them
party.
wanted to do business with either one of anybody, unless they were in their fucking camp to begin with, right? And then fucking Phil didn't want to do business after the all-out shit because he just had enough. And now, after time's passed, all of a sudden the elite don't want to fucking do business.
Okay.
Whatever.
Really quickly, let me interject here because Emmanuel's saying besides business, he needs more than just business and cash. Okay. So, like we've stated here, Punk is willing to do business. Like James has said a couple times, what needs to happen is all 4 men need to be locked into a room. They need to hash their personal shit out.
Yep.
then I think all 4 men need to be removed from the main event picture.
Yep.
They essentially need to go back down to ground zero and climb back up the ladder. And I know that's not going to be a popular decision, especially amongst Punk and Omega. But I feel like if they really want to prove to me, if I'm Tony Khan, that they want to be here and they want to make the best of the situation, then they will drop all the way down to the bottom of the pecking order and work their way back up. Because the cream rises to the top. And there's no denying that Punk and Omega, even in Punk's condition and his injury proneness, aren't 2 of the best performers that there are today. Punk needs to be told to tone back his style. He's trying to wrestle like the CM Punk of 2004.
Yeah.
Which is why he's getting injured.
Yeah.
He needs to adapt his style and realize that he is a different CM Punk. He's almost 20 years older from that guy.
Yep.
He needs to tone his style back, learn how to adapt. Hell, I know he's not Punk's biggest fan. Take notes from Jericho.
Oh, God.
Jericho has constantly adapted his style.
Yep.
To stay relevant, constantly come up with new gimmicks, new moves, and to still be out there at his age at 50 plus, performing at a high caliber level.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, you look at guys like Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, Triple H, Sting, Jeff Jarrett, who had matches well past the twilight of the career. Sting and Jarrett still working matches for the company today.
Yep.
Talk to them. You don't see Sting out there wrestling every Dynamite, every Rampage. Hell, he's not even out there every quarterly pay-per-view.
No.
He is a special ticket attraction that you get maybe 4 matches of out of the year.
Yeah.
Maybe 4. And a couple of those they actually do give away on free TV to help try and pop a rating. It fails, but they try to give that away on TV a couple times. But the bottom line is that I don't know if separating the roster is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I feel like there's the scale goes back and forth, you know, with each piece that you add to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of ways that doing it could be a good thing because you've got so much talent signed to that company that doesn't get TV time.
Mm-hmm.
That if they get 2 hours on a Saturday night, can give people more television exposure.
Yeah.
But then you draw that line in the sand. Are you Team Punk? Are you Team Elite? Does the Elite get offended if you roll with Team Punk? Does Punk get offended if you roll with Team Elite?
And that's
Can
where
Tony
the problem
Khan can Tony Khan actually play a legitimate, unbiased, let me say that word again, unbiased middleman for his talent roster? Because we've seen he can't.
Nope. No, he can't.
Unless he's been educated over these last 8 months, which kind of tend to believe that he hasn't been, considering the stuff that he let the Elite do on live television to take shots at Punk.
Yep.
In Chicago, of all places, particularly.
Including but not limited to the theme song that they used to come to the ring.
Yes.
Yep.
But I feel like the split of the roster could be a good start in a lot of ways. Because, like I said, I'm thinking about the other talent on the roster. I'm not thinking about Punk and the Elite.
I'm not thinking about that either.
I'm thinking about everybody else.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't thought about the Elite since AEW's inception. They weren't the reason that I decided to take a chance in AEW and be a part of this company. I was looking for something different. They've given me that every week. And it wasn't necessarily those three at the forefront. I didn't really care that AEW gained CM Punk. That didn't draw my interest. It wasn't about, okay, this key name, this key group, they're part of this company, they're doing something different. It's not WWE bullshit. It was about seeing something fresh in professional wrestling, which AEW has done on several different fronts and mega capacities with a ton of other incredible talent. That's why you have the likes of MJF, Darby Allin, Sammy Guevara, and freaking Jungle Boy Jack Perry now in your main World Championship picture. As far as this thing goes with split rosters, having a different showcase with your talent on two separate nights of television is a good way to build your storylines, show a different dynamic, but it should not be biased based on who do you truly support as maybe your impromptu locker room leader. That's really where the disconnection is going to really begin with. If you have this sort of disjoint knit among your entire AEW ecosystem, it will fall apart from within. Bar none.
Yep. And maybe it wouldn't even be necessarily the guy who's being put in that position's fault. It's just the people that, like Brandon fucking Cutler, who decide to take it way too far and open his big fat mouth yet again for the fifth fucking time now on situations being criticized about him on fucking Twitter. Bro. No, there's no other answer for me than to do business. There should not be a roster split. There should not be a separation of the Punk and Elite camps via 2-hour shows. It just shouldn't be a thing. Just shouldn't be a thing. Punk needs to... And at the end of the day, here's the fucking reality of the situation, right? It got so much fucking attention now. If you're gonna bring them back, there's only one way that anybody's gonna give a fuck about either one of them being on the screen now. And that's putting them together. And then elevating the other talent along with it.
Yep.
If Punk's first fucking directive is not going after Hangman Page on screen in kayfabe this time for the bullshit he caused, then I don't care. Why should I give a shit? Why should I give a fuck about what Punk does? And in that same token, why should I even give a fuck about what they have now started building with the Blackpool Combat Club and the Elite? Which, to me, feels like that was the soft launch start of what I would think would involve Punk into it at some point. Why would I give a fuck if Punk's not going to be on the fucking Blackpool Combat Club side? Why would I care?
It's a fair point.
It makes no sense if you don't have them work their shit out. Because, honest to God, that is way, way fucking better than doing what the hell they're going to be doing. We already saw it blow up in Tony's face. We already saw the ramifications of that. I already pitched it. The four-way is the most natural four-way you have. You got MJF, you got Hangman Page, you got Omega, and you got Punk.
Yep.
You got...
He beats the Pillars. He beats the three most prolific names in this company, a.k.a. Tony Khan's vision.
Everything is tied up to a T, with the exception of MJF and Kenny Omega, which you could easily build on TV before you do the four-way.
Exactly.
There's no reason why you cannot do something of to that effect.
I hear you.
You are never going to get another opportunity like this again. And the fact that you're going to just willingly throw money away because you got your petty bullshit that you refuse to work out, I don't give a fuck whose side it is. It could be fucking Joe Schmo from Kokomo. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. The parties that were involved in that situation that are big enough fucking names, and yes, I'll even include fucking Colt Cabana in that fucking list, need to all get into a room. Fuck just the four. Get Jericho involved in that as well. Get Hangman Page involved in that, and get fucking Cole Cabana in that.
Get John Moxley. Get John Moxley involved in it. He talked about it on the session. He was over that shit. He said himself that he has not seen so much political instability bullshit in one company in his whole life. So here's a hot take for you, Emmanuel. It is definitely AEW, because WWE's always been a hot load of shit at times, but hey, at least they're consistent and their boss always puts business first.
Thank you for getting to that. I was just waiting for James to finish so I could get to Emmanuel's next super chat.
Oh, yeah. No.
Thank you again, Emmanuel, for another super chat, this time on Jeff's channel. Who is hurting more, AEW or WWE? Freddie needs to open that wrestling show soon with all of this negativity.
I don't think it needs. I think if anything, if I'm Freddie Prinze Jr. and seeing what the hell is going on in WWE and AEW, holy shit, I'm pulling the fuck out of that business venture.
Yeah, avoid getting involved in that business venture because you're setting yourself up for a political mental disaster.
Dude, I've talked about this with the boys on the Indie Force, like in private, as we've been doing WYW recordings. Like, I am a fan of wrestlers that have to put up with the shit daily. I really am, because it takes some mental fucking toughness to be able to pull up with that shit. That are trying to do the best that they can fucking do, and despite all this bullshit.
Yeah.
To work in this industry in any capacity, God no, I want no part of that, and that sucks for me. Because there was a point in time in my life where I did. And then AEW did their bullshit. Fucking WWE's back in the same old status quo with Vince running the helm. I guess you got New Japan, but even they have their issues, which is why Kota left, which we covered on the show. Like, I could never want to. I've never wanted any less to work in this industry. It's dead serious. I am fine with being a fan on the sidelines.
That's always been my outlook on this Hope for Life, and now I do commentary on WWE Premiere for all things wrestling. Shout out to the AEW family. Now we get to call Impact Wrestling, so let's freaking go.
Yeah, which is fucking ironic that Impact Wrestling of all fucking places, the fucking non-toxic entity out of all these places.
You can thank Scott D'Amore, you can thank Kim, you can thank Santino Marella for that, because Scott D'Amore particularly has literally used the last few years, his entire career to rebuild that family-oriented, balanced foundation of equal opportunity. That is now Impact Wrestling. And he's even using old, hardcore, pun intended, TNA names.
By the way,
guide the future.
Not just that, but when people tried to bring that shit that happened over in AEW into Impact, boy, did Scott shut that shit down quick. Bobby Fish who? He hadn't been seen since he pulled that bullshit.
Plus that promo where he said, where's the lie? Got absolutely no crowd reaction.
Bro, holy shit.
I never heard a wrestling venue so quiet in my life.
Dude, the silence spoke volumes, and it didn't even have to happen in an arena. That just goes to show you people were over it even back then.
Yep.
Like, enough. I don't care. I'm with Cash Wheeler, man. Enough.
Yep.
Get over your bullshit.
Enough is enough. Let's focus on the industry and making it be better. Let's keep focusing on business and growing AEW and other ventures. As far as the Saturday night show, yes, I will watch it because, one, I don't watch anything on Saturdays, not a single damn thing. Two, besides Cash Explosion, Wheel of Fortune, what's on literally 7 to 8? And as far as, being 6 to 8, hey, who gives a shit about a PLE pre-show? I'll just tune in straight to the friggin' PLE shows. But it was a problem with this Endeavor UFC bullshit venture that they do move the things to Sunday night, 8 p.m. Maybe that's why they're doing NXT Battleground the same time as Double or Nothing. Guess which show is going to get more attention regardless where you are? Just saying. Because each one has their own fan base. It's not apples to oranges, this versus that. It's the industry as a whole. But at the end of the day, no matter where you are in this daggone realm or place, focus on doing business. Put your petty personal shit in the back and figure it out. Don't bring that on screen to my television.
That's fair. Just because you guys were going off on that for me to answer Emmanuel's question here. I'm going to go ahead and say AEW is hurting more simply because their hurt is being displayed more publicly, I feel. Like the Vince McMahon thing is what it is for WWE, but a lot of that is backstage. The AEW shit is being carried out in front of the cameras as well.
To the point
Whether
where
it's
they had
the scrums or it's on the television shows, like the guilty parties continue to make references, jokes, digs on a weekly basis. It's going back to the stuff we talked about earlier. It's just like putting your business out there on social media. That's what AEW is doing, is the equivalent of that, because it's on TV every week. WWE's issues are mostly contained backstage right now with the Vince Endeavor thing. Is Vince back? Is he not back? Is his hands deep in the cookie jar? Is he barely touching the surface of the cookie jar? That's all backstage shit that isn't as prevalent in front of the camera. The AEW stuff is in front of the camera.
To the point where they have their own spin-off reality show of it. Which, by the way, Noah and I both agreed that fucking show is not to be fucking covered. I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. Lord knows we already have to deal with it enough on fucking screen. So fuck it. Don't care.
Yeah, I have no desire to watch that. I almost the teases they gave on Dynamite this past week with Sammy and Ty were almost enough for me to tune in just to see how she responded to his question about, do you regret us being put together on screen? But it still wasn't enough for me to actually tune in and watch what her answer was.
Yeah, I to be fair, I mean, again, it's like they try to pepper it with, guess what? There's some positive stuff there. You know, you got Sammy and Ty actually have a really nice relationship behind the scenes, which, by the way, they do. God damn, is that woman the best thing to ever happen to any man ever?
God bless Time Mellow.
Seriously, like I don't think that is something to at least watch clips of. I would seek that out because she's a real one. Woman barely can get on TV herself in a singles capacity ever since they got together, which that answers your question, JJ, but she's still praying for the success of her man's. And I mean, like, full on praying rosary beads and shit. Like, that's a real one.
Matches.
Before matches. That's like, yeah, real one there. But and then they had the Adam Cole stuff, which was also very, very heartwarming. The way her and Dr. Britt Baker, that whole dynamic is nice. They try to like pepper that stuff in there, like, see, it's not all about just the elite and all the stuff that happened back in 2022. It's not all the bad stuff. You can tune it in for this, which is, by the way, why they only promoted the fucking good stuff. And why they've been promoting Sammy Guevara as a pseudo babyface, and why they had Adam Cole on fucking television and fucking made a huge deal, and he was the one who announced it because he was on the debut episode. Just saying. They're trying to pepper it because they know people are sick of this bullshit.
To be fair, it's also a reality show, so you gotta balance the sweet, spicy stuff that people will like dive into versus the absolutely humble stuff that people actually want to see too.
Yeah,
you gotta look at all audiences, unfortunately, when it comes to that sort of content on television, James.
Absolutely. Emmanuel, I would disagree with this. Just my own personal take. I don't think you were in the chat room yet when I mentioned it earlier, But aside from that Raw after Mania, which I felt was hot garbage, and I feel bad that Noah had to call that shit solo. I don't feel like the other televised product since that has been as bad. It seems like it's pretty much par for the course as what it was pre-Mania.
Sounds like SmackDown was a little bit lackluster, though. Again, never-ending story right now with the Usos and KO and Sammy, a bunch of other stuff that just was there. It's like, why was this a thing? So I heard that SmackDown was a little bit lackluster. But anyway,
I don't think SmackDown is going to get better until they really start to move forward with Rhea as champion, and they figure out what they're going to do as far as the bloodline goes and the next step in that story. I don't think they've completely figured that out yet. And once they do, I think SmackDown will get back to the prominence that it was on. Because unfortunately, Walter can't do it on his own.
No, and literally,
and if he ends up going to Raw, they're really fucked.
I'll be honest with you, JJ, and I'm being straight up real with you. The only thing I care about SmackDown is the Ring General. He goes to Raw. I actually will tune into the USA YouTube channel just to see that Ring General highlight. I don't really give a shit thing else about freaking SmackDown. First draft pick, Rhea Ripley. You're officially now on SmackDown because you're not officially known yet.
Emmanuel, I appreciate that you respect my opinion. That means a lot to all of us here.
Again, I'm not very outspoken. You guys know me, all right? I'm more level-headed because I don't buy into all of this nonsense. Just put it politely. I don't follow, feed, scroll, tweet, react, etc. I don't take a side. I don't take a freaking, stand on one army, okay? I enjoy life. I enjoy wrestling. I look at All Elite Wrestling for everything else it offers. I do not need to see, the Elite are on the marquee. CM Punk's going to be on the marquee. Blech. I really don't give a shit about that. Now, going back to what everyone's saying in the chat, like I said, the general concept of this conversation, AEW does not need separate locker room leaders of this capacity to be your freaking leading force in All Elite Wrestling on Wednesday and Saturday nights.
Amen.
On Wednesday and Saturday night, different dynamic for the entire AEW ecosystem is a great idea. Because of Raw and SmackDown, we're two different shows. We actually might have more legitimate competition on freaking Monday and Friday nights. Ayo. So that being said, the Saturday show, let's see what it does. But Lord help you, Tony Khan, when you took so long to fix a little bit, and that's really a small percent, a little bit of the bullshit from fall last year to bring it back forward ahead of probably your biggest, most important sell to date for a show. Good luck to that human being, boss man, professional wrestling fan, booker, millionaire, insert weird catchphrase, insert weird headline, insert weird nickname here. Tony Khan, may you avoid a mental breakdown, and may this not be the implosion of All Elite Wrestling from within. Because if you aren't careful, you literally can see AEW implode from within out before the end of this year.
Agreed. Arlene, your super chat, which again, let me thank you for that, isn't going off topic. Right now, we're kind of in a little bit of an open forum. We've covered all our topics for the evening. That's why we have the ticker going. If you want to dictate the conversation, super chat. It's as simple as that.
So let's go ahead and take
I
a look
just
at
like to try to let my panel get their thoughts out on what we're discussing before I move into the next topic. But I did star it. We're done with that. So you'd have no need to apologize because, like I said, it's open forum right now.
Exactly.
So
come on,
we
people.
appreciate the super chat, $5.
What's
She
it got?
says, if the women's title is to be merged, who should win it?
Rhea Ripley.
Bianca Belair has already had the Raw Women's Championship over a year. She has the WrestleMania accolade. Bianca Belair needs a fresh change of character, I feel like, and her being once again on the chase. Now that there only would be one true EST in WWE, I would say Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
No, Arlene, your super chat did go through. I was just making a comment about if, people want to make sure they super chat, etc.
Yeah. We got you.
Yeah, your super chat did go through, Arlene. Again, we thank you.
You gotta consider, JJ. By the way, it's $4.99. So here's a little techno for you folks. That's an iPhone super chat, probably. So chances are that the phone might have been lagging. But Arlene, we see you and we thank you. We always appreciate you, everyone's opinions and engagement too. We truly acknowledge all of you.
That's right.
Much more than Roman Reigns. So yeah, I would say Rhea Ripley, because she is the one right now that has completed the Grand Slam, but she has never had the run in this presentation, and is now the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Rhea Ripley right now is, quote unquote, in my opinion, the overall best thing of the entire WWE Women's Division for me. From growth, from in-ring presentation, from her absolute desire, and from what she has accomplished. Rhea Ripley right now is my front runner of my WWE Women's Division. So if they merge the titles, it damn sure better be her.
Yeah. I mean, I love Bianca Belair too, but I think that, out of all the people, it's probably Rhea. It's got to be Rhea. Because, again, and therein lies the problem too. Instead of us wondering if they should just merge the titles at this point, I don't know, beef up your fucking both divisions so that way you can actually keep both titles, because Bianca Belair can't really afford a loss, and neither can Rhea Ripley. So, yeah, can we beef up the fucking rosters and actually give a shit, Vince, whatever his name is in Endeavor, Nick Khan,
James,
somebody.
I do kind of want to counterpoint, though, about Bianca Belair. Again, dude, she's been Raw Women's Champion now over a year, all right? She's had a run.
True.
I feel like it's time, again, I've been saying it, she needs a change of pace. She's becoming the John Cena of the women's division, and personally, just from her overall presentation, it's not a bad idea to go heel after already being the face of the women's division for over a year. Maybe she wants a fresh coat of paint. Why not?
I think the fresh coat of paint should have just been trying to fight back from underneath by trying to claw back up to get the belt back from Asuka. But I don't know. That's just me.
Well, I mean, she avoided the miss, so that fresh coat of paint that was supposed to have WrestleMania never happened. So there you go.
That was bullshit. What was the point? Anyway.
JJ, your thoughts?
I'm torn here because I like them both.
I know.
We know you're gonna go with fucking Bianca. Just say it.
Okay,
We know you're gonna go with Bianca.
James, let me talk, please.
All right.
Let him talk to you.
That's all right.
Let me talk to you, dummies.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
okay. This is a hard one for me, like I said, because I do love them both.
Right.
I think a lot of it has to do with when they pull the trigger on a title merge. I feel like if Bianca has surpassed the New Day's run so that she can then have the claim of being the longest reigning Black champion in WWE history, I'd be cool with Rhea taking it. If the match isn't at WrestleMania, where Bianca currently holds an undefeated streak, I'd be okay with Rhea taking it. If it's before she passes the New Day record, or it's at WrestleMania, I think Bianca should take it. And I think that's because they've got too good of a thing going with her in both of those departments to mess it up.
Yeah.
As far as the heel turn, I said it the first time I really sat down and listened to the words of her theme song.
Yes, you did.
Her theme song comes off very heel.
I'm that bitch.
Well, yeah, because she started as a heel.
I understand that, but a lot of times when there's a face turn or a heel turn, they switch the song up if the song really comes off as that heelish, like the lyrics in hers do.
Fair.
You know? So while I agree that she needs that freshen up, that she maybe needs that heel turn, that maybe even she wants to do that heel turn. I happen to know another guy who really could have used that freshen up, that really could have used that heel turn, that they never pulled the trigger on because they were afraid of the money they'd lose for marketing. And I've also said that she is the female version of him.
Yes.
Again, do I need to point out the Divas of Compton shtick in her entrance?
No, you don't.
You pull that trigger, you lose that.
Yeah. Does that mean we can't see her?
Possibly.
No.
I just look at it like this, though. When Bailey went heel and cut that wacky wavy flag on flaying tube man, and then someone posted a clip of a child crying. Wah. When Bailey became heel, she became more of an effective personality in WWE and one of the most decorated champions in that entire WWE Women's division.
And now she's gone stale.
Now she's gone stale. However, may I also point out that Noah, you and I both done that bullshit because it could have fucking worked, and then Vince made it work, and then Vince made it suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's no insult. That's just a fact of life.
Matthew, I disagree with your last comment there about Bianca should have always been a heel. Calling yourself the EST isn't something a babyface would be.
I would say always.
There's a difference between being a heel and being a face with some sass.
Yeah.
And Bianca's got that sass to her.
Boy, does
so being a babyface and still calling herself the EST totally works for her.
And there's a reason why Jade Cargill calls herself that bitch, and it works for her.
But that's my feeling on the topic. Is a lot of it depends on when that trigger is pulled.
That's fair. For the record, I didn't know if you were going to go with Bianca Belair. I just figured
they run
the joke was there. I was like,
no. I mean, I almost came straight out and said Bianca flat out just because of how quickly y'all two were like Oscar or Rhea. Oscar should have taken it anyways.
Yes.
Like I almost said Bianca straight up just to have the counterpoint, but for me, it really does come down to the business aspect of it. Since getting back into wrestling the second time,
right,
I've tried to analyze things more from a business perspective than just your average fan perspective.
That is fair.
Which is why I wasn't opposed to Roman defeating Cody at Mania, which is why I wasn't opposed to Bianca defeating Asuka at Mania. Because there's marketing here and there's money to be made within these reigns. Same thing with Walter and his IC title run and going on to break the Honky Tonk Man's run.
That's good.
Triple H is a fan of lengthy title runs that mean something. I think if Vince was completely back, Walter would have lost that belt already. Bianca would have lost that belt already. The only one who might still be safe would be Roman because that started under him in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But there's business and money to be made from this. Again, Bianca is the female Cena right now. Whether you want to like it or don't like it, or the fans are going to turn on her, just like they did on John, when he got watered down, stale, forced down our throats, doesn't matter. The company is going to push her as that baby face because you look at those little girls in the Divas of Compton dressed up like her, dancing for her entrance. You see the fans outside dressed like her, that look up to her, that admire her as a role model, not just for women, but especially for young black women.
For the kids.
They are going to push and market that. The fact that they already made a point to acknowledge the fact that she passed MVP as the longest reigning singles black champion in WWE history tells me that they're probably going to push for her to pass the New Day to be the longest reigning period.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Fair take.
I mean, yeah.
Fair take.
I don't. To be fair,
And then again, just like you guys said about a T-shirt, there's money to be made there from T-shirts.
yeah,
I don't buy into t-shirts anymore.
I understand, but you've got to look at it from that mentality sometimes.
I don't have an issue with Bianca being face, for the record. I just think that there could have been a better story for her to lose, where it counted the most against Asuka, and then work her way back up to then win the title back from Asuka.
Yeah.
And then go and actually do the reign a second time. Then it wouldn't be nearly as bad. Like a little bit of character development would be cool.
Again, you gotta do that once in a while to stay relevant. Hello, Chris Jericho. That being said, you really expect Io Sky to take the title off Bianca Belair on Monday Night Raw?
Hey, hello Cena as well. We were comparing her to Cena, but Cena did that a few times too.
Could Io Sky not win with the help of Kana starting that stable team that you guys were talking about?
Depends what damage control state is at this point.
Maybe
Well,
damage
it depends.
control.
It also depends on if that title match is held before or after the draft.
That's fair.
Nah, that's fair. I guess it's not necessarily next week's.
I mean, who's to say that title match can't be at Backlash?
We
just know that she's the number one contender to Bianca's title. They didn't say when the match was happening.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Do we have these starred comments? Are we gonna get to them too? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna right now. I'm running through the ones that were in the chat room. We're going through while we were having the conversation.
It was good
yes,
conversation.
I'm gonna get through those.
And speaking of, let's talk. I'm just gonna say this real quick. If LA Knight doesn't win Money in the Bank this year, I don't give a damn who wins it.
Yep.
Even if it's Cody Rhodes that cashes it in at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah. Okay, fair.
I just feel like he doesn't need to use Money in the Bank to actually get the title, but anyway, I'm just gonna say this straight up: Money in the Bank is more fucking effective with a heel behind it, taking the opportunity that comes with it. Yeah, and the only heel jackass that didn't do it right, well, two of them, Damian Sandow and friggin' Baron Corbin.
Hey, Damian Sandow should have. They massacred my boy in front of my eyes.
And now you see what he is in the NWA.
Yeah. What do you mean? They massacred my boy in front of my eyes. What do you mean? Exactly. It's the same problem.
I mean, he had a title for a short span Impact Wrestling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean the very fucking title that made him look absolutely miserable and want to quit the business entirely? Yeah, that was a great title.
And well, it was the dark days of TNA Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, the Grand Championship. If you want to know some absolute ass backward, if people don't like the pure rules or whatever, man, the pure rules are actually really awesome compared to the freaking Grand Championship rules. You want to see some convoluted bullshit? Look up the rules for the Grand Championship.
You were better off watching a Heritage Cup match from NXT UK.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot.
Anyway.
All
right.
All right. So I've gone through the comments that were there. I just deleted these super chats that were starred because we've already addressed them. Emmanuel and Arlene, thank you again.
Keep them coming, folks. We're here for you.
Yep. So the first starred comment, what do we think about Mickie James releasing the titles? I'm going to say this short and sweet because I don't watch Impact.
Yes.
Mainly because, as I've said a few times, number one, I forget that it's on. And when I do remember that it's on, I'm usually watching a movie or something I got to review.
There you go.
So it's just not in my view. But I did hear about her releasing the titles. What I'm going to say about it is if this is what is now the end of the last rodeo, it's a shitty way to go out.
I completely agree.
I hope that Mickie James gets better, can come back maybe at Slammiversary or something else down the road, Bound for Glory maybe.
Yes.
get her rematch for the belts since she never officially lost the titles, and whether she wins that match to continue the reign that she had to forfeit, or whether that match in of itself is her final match.
There you go.
At least go out on her own terms and not go out on doctor's terms.
It's one of those things, like I always say, JJ, this industry, this way of life that these people choose, God bless all of them too. And again, shout out to those that are all injured or dealing with some sort of mental, challenges. I wish you all the absolute best. You want to see them go from start to end through their own merit. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. The virtual Yana Purrazzo, she has beaten everybody but one knockout. And that knockout was the very knockout that took the title from her at Bound for Glory literally 2 years ago. Mickie freaking James. They had a follow-up match at Hard to Kill 2021, and they freaking didn't even let Deonna Purrazzo beat her there. I still believe the final match for Mickie James should be against the Virtuosa, and the Virtuosa either wins or loses, but that is Mickey's farewell, because that has been Mickey's greatest challenger since her renaissance back in Impact Wrestling to date. I hated the fact that she did this, and whether or not this means she goes 2006 lithium crazy and just out of nowhere has a midlife crisis and comes back one last time to just friggin' steal the town and be like, up yours. I just don't see that, because Mickie James to me right now is at a point where I feel like she is humble. She did the last rodeo. She put the belt on herself, and she succeeded. And she wanted to go down as the greatest knockout champion of all time in this fifth run. And then she got injured and abruptly ended. No, that's not character development. That's just bad happenstance and circumstance with the human body failing you before an opponent beats you. She didn't want this. And for this to maybe be it, it's crazy. But it definitely seems realistic. And honestly, at this point, I feel like that probably is the better way to go. It's like chasing the dragon. You've got to know when to step away, because your body is not going to be as strong as your spirit for wrestling. The body gives away. A broken rib, you don't recover from that normally. You don't ever breathe the same way again. You risk permanent damage. Seriously. I don't know how I feel about it, but if this is it, thank you, Mickie James, but I'm kind of pissed off.
I will say to Mickie, like, if it is the end, whenever your last rodeo is, it technically isn't your last rodeo, because girl, you're in our show, so you're technically your last rodeo is with us. But at least you won't have to do anything, and yeah, it will be fun. You'll
I said one of the greatest, Fred, one of the greatest. And talking about this generation of females in wrestling, you cannot deny the history, the accolades, the achievements of Mickie James.
True that.
Listen clearly, my friend. Listen clearly. And to put somebody as the greatest, okay, buzzword. Greatest. Ain't no damn greatest. There's just somebody that sets a standard, and you look to see somebody surpass it.
That's fair.
Alrighty.
Next one we had starred was from King Mike. Is there a possibility of an RK Bro return?
Sure.
You take the lead on this one, James.
Sure. We'll take the lead on this one for a product I probably won't even watch. Yeah, sure. I can't see why not. I mean, they need tag teams.
I think a lot of it depends on how seriously Randy is hurt. I've heard that Randy is getting ready for his comeback. I've heard that Randy was hurt more than initially thought.
We don't know the state
even if RK Bro comes back, I think it'll be short-lived, because we're going to get the Orton Riddle feud that everyone thought they were building to. Right. When Randy showed weakness and used the F word, calling Riddle his friend.
And they never capitalize on that. How many times do I remember doing watch-alongs with you, and Jeff was like, "Do something to him, Orton." Gosh, dang it.
Because I think they were trying to slow build. Yeah. You think about what they did with Dominic and his dad, and how long were we saying, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger. And then like 9 months later, they finally pulled the trigger.
Yep.
At least it felt like that long. It was realistically more like 4 months, but still.
But I'll say this is WWE. Everything feels like a snail's pace.
I think they were trying to do the slow burn for it. Again, look what they did with Sammy and KO.
Mm-hmm.
Slow burn till they finally gave it to us.
Yep. So I would not rule it out. I mean, again, though, it comes down to health. That's really all I gotta say about that. Especially now that Matt Riddle's back, and I didn't expect that the Raw after Mania. I'll tell you that much.
The next one that Keen Mike asked is, are we going to do a fantasy draft before the real draft?
I won't.
It's not going to be a full team thing. It's just going to be me and Josh Mansfield, who was on earlier.
Doing
we're going to take 10 people from Raw, 10 from SmackDown, 10 from NXT, and we're going to switch them up to create a better roster, a more entertaining roster.
And then you guys
champions,
will be the judge.
Champions will be included. I will say this, and I'll just have to mention it to Josh in private chat. If you draft a champion to NXT, they're going to have to lose their title.
Clearly, yeah.
Because if you draft a champion from NXT to the main roster, they're going to have to lose their title. But if you draft like Gunther from SmackDown to Raw, he can keep his title because he's still on the main roster.
Yeah, they don't usually swap the freaking mid-card championships as far as the holders, but the brands, that's a much more normal thing.
Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be me and Josh only. We're going to do that next week. So make sure you tune in to Open Mic Night next Saturday for that. And
my brain's not doing that. My brain can't handle that.
No, that's
right
fair.
Now.
Plus you don't watch the product enough.
I don't, because I don't have
you watch the highlights, and James has given up completely. So I totally understand you guys not being involved.
No.
Again, I try, but again, I only have so much time. And again, my mentality. There's a reason why I take cheat days where I don't even look at anything in any capacity wrestling, including today or / yesterday. Now that's Sunday here.
You're definitely going to have to make that Sunday if this show comes to be, by the way.
Anyway,
okay,
and y'all will be the judge, so stay tuned.
We just got another super chat from Emmanuel, so we'll jump into that before we get to the other starred comments.
What we got here?
Thank you for the $5, Emmanuel. He says there was this guy that said Roman should hold the title until WrestleMania 40.
What?
Which is crazy talk, right? Why do people keep pushing it? Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah, ding. Go ahead. This is all JJ. What the hell?
I understand to a degree the desire to push him that far, but you can't push him that far without there being another world title for the brands.
Yep.
It was one thing to do it for a year. It's another thing to do it for 2, 3, 5, etc.
Yeah.
The only reason I could see it is, again, it comes down to the marketing.
Right.
I feel though that 1,000-day run is about as good as you can get in this day and age.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Somebody pointed out to me, and I don't know the accuracy of it, so forgive me. I don't have the stats in front of me. But somebody pointed out to me that if Roman gets to the Garden, that would pass the 1,000 days, which you've already established will be the May 27th now Night of Champions, was going to be King of the Ring.
Mm-hmm.
But if he gets to the Garden, he will pass Pedro Morales.
Correct. Because Pedro Morales is 1,074 days.
So, well, I don't know if that would pass him then, because he'd only have about 30, maybe 40 days.
Yeah, I sorry, 1,027. Hulk Hogan's 1,474. That's where I got the 74 from.
Okay.
So Pedro Morales is 1,027 days. So yes,
Okay.
he would surpass
So if
him,
he gets to the Garden, he will pass Pedro Morales.
which makes him one of the top 5 of all time at spot number 5. Followed by
Yeah.
Bruno Sammartino at 1,237, Hulk Hogan 1,474, Bob Backlund 2,135, and the all-time highest, keyword highest, the stat folks, Bruno Sammartino 2,803.
Okay. I think passing Pedro is the threshold. That makes Roman Reigns a top 5 champion in WWE history. I don't think he's going to pass Bruno's other one, the one that you said was like 1,200 something.
Correct.
If he does get to WrestleMania 40, that would get him there. And I definitely don't think he's going to pass Hulk at 1,474. That's way too long.
No.
Considering we haven't even hit 1,000 yet, that's another year plus. That's like SummerSlam 2024.
Oh, God.
That one isn't happening.
Highly unlikely and unlikely.
I think the best we could hope for would be him passing Bruno's other one. But I think the goal was just to get him to 1,000.
Get him in the top 5, if nothing else.
Then you get the briefcase in play. And then you get a cash in with the briefcase to take the title off of him after a brutal match against somebody like a Brock or a Lashley or somebody that's another beast in the ring that even if Roman wins, will do some serious damage in weakening him so that when they bring that briefcase out, it looks like a legitimate threat cash in, not like Theory had.
They definitely need to try and restore the actual value of that Money in the Bank briefcase. I'll tell you that much.
And that's the main reason why I don't think LA Knight is going to get it. As much as I love Sean Ricker, Eli Drake, LA Knight, Max Dupree, whatever the fuck you want to call him this week. I think that's why it's going to go to Cody. Because Cody gets that briefcase. And even if he does the respectable thing, a la RVD and Cena, and calls his shot and says, Roman, I'll see you at the Garden. That is finishing the story.
Yep.
Because that is where Dusty thought he had the belt run, posed for that picture, holding the belt on the turnbuckle. Cody finishes the story at the Garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
It writes itself. It makes so much sense. And then not the Raw immediately after, but the Raw after that one. They're in Atlanta, Georgia, Cody's hometown. And there you have the celebration. In WCW territory, in Crockett territory, where Dusty made his name, where Dusty was Booker for how many years? You have him win the belt where Dusty thought he won it. You have the celebration in WCW country, which is Cody's hometown city, Atlanta, Georgia. It fucking writes itself.
And you build the storyline for whoever he faces at SummerSlam.
And I get, King Mike, that Roman is the only billion-dollar champion in history. And I, more than anybody else on this panel, acknowledge the greatness of the tribal chief. My daughter is wearing a Roman Empire shirt as we speak. She acknowledges the tribal chief. Her sister had a birthday party a week ago, and one of the girls that came to her sister's birthday party put the one in the air with her to acknowledge the tribal chief.
It's a fad. It will pass.
I get it, King Mike. But even Roman has to lose eventually.
Yep.
And I think the game plan, despite what Paul and Roman said at the media scrum post WrestleMania, I think the goal was always to get him to 1,000 because that's the marketing. That's the 1,000-day t-shirts. That's history right there. Because in WWE, that shit don't happen no more. And then if you get him to the Garden, he passes Pedro and becomes top 5 of all time. There is no disputing Roman's GOAT status ever again.
No.
You talk about a Mount Rushmore. Bruno, Backlund, Hogan, and you can't have Bruno again, so then you got Roman Reigns on Mount Rushmore.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Timestamp it, folks. You heard it here first. WWE's future all the way up to SummerSlam, potentially. You heard it here first. So now we'll see if they actually book it. And then we'll see what happens in an alternative reality in the Twilight Zone if it doesn't. And it won't be a John Oliver roast.
As I said, so long, I just can't wait not to watch it and hear about it after the fact that Cody finally won the belt. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, James, fair enough.
I just hope he does. I just hope he does eventually. But
look, like I said, I've already made my stance. I already ran through that 10 times over. JJ, though, he has literally wrote better creative than I feel WWE has done in the last 10 years plus. So, again, we will see exactly if that happens. And I respect both of your takes and both of your roads, paths, and ways you choose to go. We will see where all roads lead to soon enough. But it sounds like we're already getting Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar getting a loss, that's a rarity, but we'll see. All right. What else we got?
That would be messed up, Arlene. I don't think they would do that.
Yeah.
I think they're pushing Cody way too hard to be the guy that takes the reins, pun intended, from Roman. That they wouldn't do him finally getting his moment and then someone cashing in on him. That would be messed up. And I appreciate that, King Mike. I appreciate that you respect my stance again.
Daniel, to answer your question, if they pull the trigger, Sammy's probably going to be the one to cost him the belt in some regard, or at least in Roman's mind, cost him the belt.
Nah. Someone's going to cost Roman the belt. It's going to happen. It's got to happen within the family, in my opinion.
So either Jay or Solo or Sammy, one of those three.
All right. Well, good shit. Good talk. What else we got?
We've got 2 more starred. Both of them kind of go back to the Bianca Rhea thing.
All right.
Matthew, who's about to go to bed, he just posted, says, if they're going for Rhea Bianca, what the hell do they do with every other woman on the roster? The tag titles are already a bust. And this is why I said unifying the titles for this is not such a bad thing. I even would go as far, and this is a hot take, it may sound crazy to some people, but I would go as far as to make it a triple threat unification match and bring Indy Hartwell into the mix too, and unify the NXT Women's title with the Raw and SmackDown titles. That way you've got women on all 3 brands vying to be the dominant woman in WWE, period. Then you take the 10 or so that aren't considered to be the main event caliber women for the women's roster and the women's title, and you build legitimate tag teams out of them. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some creative booking. It's going to take some brand building, but it can be done.
Asterisk, brand building. You expect them to actually put NXT on an equal level with the other products in WWE?
Did NXT not beat their ass in a War Games a few years back?
It was Survivor Series 2019, one of my favorite Survivor Series ever, where the black and gold rifle deserved to have won. But again, that was a one-off. They haven't done it since, and probably due to that reason.
Yeah, because Vince was like, it's the best show creatively, but it didn't beat AEW, so therefore you suck.
Well, we all knew what happened to the black and gold once it moved to the network, and they tried to turn it into a freaking war that didn't matter since the actual last war happened to end around freaking 2000. But stay tuned for more on that, folks, when you get the war beyond the war and the battle lines that were drawn and built up even outside the ring, courtesy of good old JM, Jeff Meacham, for that incredible series coming up. But I digress.
Frontline flashbacks, yep.
Exactly. But again, at this point, here's the thing, Matthew. With WWE, you kind of are pigeonholing your women's titles. You kind of are pigeonholing the WWE World Heavyweight Universal, Blue Universal, blah, 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 championship.
Rediversal.
Whatever. Fuck it.
Color title.
Fuck it. Make it pink. I still won't give a shit.
Yeah, you know what they should do? They should make the title like rainbow. Like they should find a way to put like the rainbow like Movie Maker XP
Don't
effect.
say that thing because that's just a step away from bringing back that hideous Butterfly Divas title.
I agree.
Don't do that.
James, you're going down a dark road that we don't need to go back down. I'm just saying.
Hey, listen. Sometimes you just need the meme, and right now that's all WWE is good for right now. So for me, anyway. So me.
I guess you gotta
make it XP Rainbow Versal title.
Well, I guess you gotta get your humors from somewhere besides John Oliver. But
wait, no. You know what? You could chroma key the blue out and then make it like a galaxy background on it. You know, like it is universal, so all works out.
Oh, for the love of Pete, this is not
James. You're a step away from me muting you, sir.
Thank you, JJ. Glad you said it, not me. I have no control over that.
I love you, James, and I respect your takes a lot of the times, but don't put that out in the ether, dude. They're gonna freaking bring back the freaking Butterfly Divas title. Put the NXT 2.0 Rainbow Bright color scheme on it. Maybe even make the butterfly spin, and they'll just call it a freaking day.
They're gonna call it the Milky Way title.
And give it to Cora Jade. God.
No, that's the skateboard. Turn the skateboard into a belt.
Although that does kind of factor into King Mike's other question that I have starred.
As we reach the final.
Who is even popular enough to beat Bianca outside of Rhea, who's already champ?
I would say Roxanne Perez, but she's not currently champ, and she's still involved in your NXT, and it sounds like she's going to be feuding with Zoe Stark, and it still surprises me that both Zoe Stark and Roxanne Perez are still involved in NXT. After the Royal Rumble appearance, I thought they already be front of the main roster. That wouldn't surprise me if they were both, if not one of them, part of that draft either. So that's my first ballot picks right there. Besides that, I got nobody.
You took the words out of my mouth, good sir. I was going to say not Cora Jade, but somebody else from NXT, Roxanne Perez.
You're damn right. The prodigy.
She is popular enough to beat Bianca. And if we're not going just based off of popularity, I still think Raquel Rodriguez is the best pound-for-pound competitor challenger to Bianca, because she truly will make Bianca have to prove that she is the strong est, the tough est, the rough est to beat Big Mommy Cool Raquel Rodriguez.
And the reason I didn't say her is because, once again, for the third time with a third random partner, she's got that stupid, pointless tag team strap prop.
Yeah. That is true.
But I digress.
King Mike says he likes Roxy, and Raquel is his pick too. So
then push her to be the dominant single strong force opposing Bianca Belair on Raw on SmackDown. Stop smiling, show the back, break people in half, and drop the damn tag team strap that's been irrelevant since the Iconics lost it.
You could have said you could have just said stop smiling, and I would have been like, "Yep, that's all. That's all."
That's not enough, damn it.
See, and that's exactly what I'm saying. No, Emmanuel, your super chat just went through. Like I mentioned when Arlene super chatted, I've started, but we were going to finish the conversation, the little rant that we're on with this right now.
I'm done.
But your super chat did go through. Thank you. It's the same thing I've been saying about Raquel, is she needs to stop smiling. She needs to go badass. She needs to become a legitimate threat.
You mean what she was in NXT? What she fought Rhea Ripley in a steel cage?
So I didn't see that version of her in NXT.
She didn't smile.
She was in NXT for a cup of coffee during my NXT before she came up to the main roster.
She was Big Angie, and Big Angie Raquel was better.
James, let's keep this in perspective before we go into the super chat for Emmanuel. That was our NXT.
Damn it. Yes, I know.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Emmanuel did send another $5 super chat. We appreciate that. Emmanuel says, one reason for AJ Lee to come back and not hold that damn butterfly title.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But you can have her do the same thing by doing it in Women of Wrestling too, because they can't get Tessa back.
I mean, heck, she was the one trying to push for a WWE Evolution. Then they just used that tweet to book their own daggum pay-per-view with the name for it and take credit that we started the Evolution, blah, blah, blah. She was the one that definitely was the only one during the time that was not a diva. And try to show you what women's wrestling was.
King Mike says AJ and Paige kind of made that belt cool, though. Which I kind of agree.
To be fair, that's also because the belt actually looked like it fit them, though. Like their gimmicks and shit.
But just only a bit.
Only a bit.
Yeah, but I was saying, only a bit. I'm still,
only a bit.
Yeah, only a bit.
That's all the starred comments I've got.
Hey.
So,
great job, chat.
So what I'm going to do here before we go into these shows and everything is I'm going to run our little watch-along trailer, our little 40-second promo for all the stuff we've got coming up with tomorrow's Rebellion, all the way through WrestleMania 40.
Oh, boy.
At least what has been announced so far. Again, it shows King of the Ring in there instead of Night of Champions.
Correct.
We acknowledge and we know that it's been changed, but I messaged Jeff privately. I was like, I'm not going to change the trailer to run it once before I have to change it again because Rebellion will be done with.
Right.
It'll just be changed for the post-Rebellion watch-along trailer, and he was cool with that. So if we get some more super chats while this runs for some more talk, awesome. Otherwise, once we come back from this little 40-second trailer, we'll just start our shows and get out of here.
Sounds good. Everything with WWE is always up in the air with me, but then I see someone for something else in wrestling. I'm like, let's freaking go. Then you got the biggest shows from all the other companies in wrestling, and I'm like, let's freaking go even more. So it's like, again, so much wrestling, so much things to be excited for, to engage, to invest, to discuss, to tell. I cannot wait for everything that's ahead of this industry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
I was about to comment again because I know I say it every time we come out of the trailer, but it's so funny watching you because like you just alluded to, you sit there in the WWE stuff and you're like, I wonder how that's going to be. Exactly. And then something like Forbidden Door will come on and you get, yes! It's just so hilarious to watch. I am going to answer this question real quick or throw it up here. Right. No super chat, but Arlene asked, what was the point of Roxanne losing the ladder match?
We don't know either.
I honestly think it's because whether there was going to be a draft or whether it was going to be originally the Raw after Mania, the plan was always there for her to be a call-up.
Yeah, as soon as we saw in the Royal Rumble, JJ, you and I literally talked about it on the pre-show. If she was going to lose that title, I was like, yeah, she's made roster bound. Otherwise, I just did not see her losing that championship. But she literally has
especially that quickly
excelled beyond anything you think you need in that NXT.
Mm-hmm.
She's made roster ready, period.
Exactly. You know, And like I was trying to say there, and I ended up talking over you. I apologize. I was like,
Okay.
especially that quickly, you figure she became champion the end of December because of the whole Mandy Rose shit.
Yep.
For her to lose the belt as quickly as she did, there's got to be brighter things on the horizons for the Prodigy. And like I said, if Vince hadn't been backstage and hands in the cookie jar as much as he appeared to be that Raw after Mania, I would not have been surprised to have seen her debut then.
Right.
But with everything that was going on, they're probably just going to draft her at the end of the month. Look for her to come up to Raw or SmackDown. Look for her to be almost an immediate challenger to either Bianca or Rhea. Worst case scenario, look for her to be Mrs. Money in the Bank.
Right. Which
there has been more of a success rate with female faces and Money in the Bank. So yeah, that I can actually understand. But also just to counterpoint that, Triple H thinks of the women as his children. The NXT children, even if he's not working in NXT. You saw the embrace he had with Rhea Ripley. I can only imagine like the if James's scares are true, Triple H is probably like, Roxanne, stay down NXT for your own safety. So again, only time will tell.
Yeah, it's just like Johnny Gargano was kept in NXT for years because he was afraid of what the main roster could do to poor Johnny.
And now he's out injured.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Shoulder.
Let me guess. That fucking match, right?
Ding.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So, is that it?
Yeah, unless we get another super chat, we're going to start the plugs here.
Cool.
All right,
then. I just loaded yours in, Noah, but we'll save those till the end, as we always do, because you're usually our go-home guy.
Happy to be that, too. Anytime.
Make sure you guys follow your barkeeps at LBStatKid1977 at Hathaway Lou on the Twitter.
God damn it, Emmanuel.
I'm off the page right now, Emmanuel. I'll get to it as soon as I'm done with Stat Boys show. Of course, you can follow their broadcasts every Tuesday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, Stat Boy Sports Bar, featuring Dory Lou. And then if you would like to meet them in person and you are in the greater Tennessee area, they will be in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee at the Heroes and Legends 19 show, Saturday, May 13th. Walking around, they're going to have their Stat Boy Sports Bar shirts on. So it'll be very easy to stop them and spot them. If for some reason you don't recognize faces too easily, you'll see them representing the channel wearing their merch. And they're always willing and welcoming of their fans to come up to them, take pictures, etc.
Absolutely. Raymond, super chat. It's as simple as that. Anyway, what Emmanuel got here?
Emmanuel with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Emmanuel.
This is a statement.
On Monday after WrestleMania, Bianca says nobody left. Roxanne comes out, starts pinning Bianca.
We literally said that, JD. We speculated on that happening. They didn't do Jack Dooley squat promo. Big freaking deal. That's it. That was the missed opportunity. Once again, courtesy of the WWE. Go figure.
Courtesy of Vince, because he's like, I don't like it, pal. And rewrite the script. Meanwhile, they're an hour into showtime. What a fucking train wreck that was.
What a friggin' mentality drainer.
Anyway. Oh, yeah.
Criminy.
Okay, so...
Then we go to Josh, the Cleveland combatant who was on the program earlier. Thank you very much for joining us, Josh. We appreciate it. You can find him on Twitter at CatholicJosh122, on Instagram at MallowMangram. You can also check out No DQ's resident Big Baller G, frequent contributor to the show, on TikTok at Big Baller G1988. On Twitter at NoDQCom /BigBallerG, and on Instagram, NoDQ_ BigBallerG 1988.
Always happy to be here.
Make sure you check out our buddy Gino Rivera, the Frank Sinatra of the Spanish Mafia. For booking inquiries, Gino_Rivera at yahoo.com. Find him at Twitter and Instagram at Gino Told You So, and on Facebook, Gino Space Told You So.
There you go.
Nice.
Like I said, we acknowledge and we know that King of the Ring is now Night of Champions. We've got the graphic all prettied up and designed and everything for that. And just in time for the shills, the man whose name is no longer on the marquee because I've taken the marquee down so the graphics can show properly.
This boy ready for sleep.
Right?
I don't want a Disney anymore.
No, Jeff?
Huh?
You don't want a Disney no more?
No, I wanted. I go sleep. Yeah. Okay, I do that one. I do that one, then I go sleep.
Damn it.
That's not tonight. That's just something coming soon. It's an idea I kicked around with Natalie, who I have this weekend, and she actually said if we do that, she will be on the show to participate in the singing.
What day of the week is the 17th of July?
Oh my gosh.
We're not doing it this year.
Oh, okay.
I've already told Noah
earlier.
to spare him. The next one we're doing is the one for All In.
Right.
Probably won't do another one until Christmas.
Okay.
We'll put that on the back burner till next year, but you know, the brain inside of me was running earlier, so
It's a thinking.
Okay.
I came up with a few other ideas. I'll show them as we go through, but
Okay, well,
we appreciate you being here.
Tired.
Since you are here, Jeff, why don't you go ahead and talk about this real quick?
Oh my God. Why would you give him this? Man just got back from fucking having from traveling a work week from hell. You give him all this shit. You expect him to plug all this shit.
Okay, so what happened was, okay, we're doing these things. Watch them. Yay. Woo. Okay. Cool.
Really, Meechin? Really? That's the best you got.
That's the correct. That's the correct.
You may be the man whose name is on the marquee, sir, but I'm about to mute you and kick you out.
No.
Like I even told James earlier that he was so close to getting muted. You can't put a little bit more enthusiasm into all that shit that's coming. I mean, you don't have to address every fucking thing.
Happy
But Jesus
Excalibur.
Christ, sir.
I'd be the Excalibur run through on this graphic for you, but I'm tired too.
So the upper tier is the watch-alongs. We're apparently okay, except for Queen of the Ring is obviously out of date because WWE hates me.
We just addressed that when you were in the green room.
Yes, yes, we're doing that thing. Romans 1,000 days. Woo, they're doing the things. Let's see here. So my channel is premiering the Frontline Flashback series on May 1st. We're talking about the entirety of the war between the WWF and Crockett /WCW. We're talk wrestling, of course. Dad's comes back this Friday, Jay.
Yes, the 21st.
Yes, and that'll be our top 10 TV villains episode, and then we're going to record the Justin Timberlake "It's Gonna Be May" episodes soon, hopefully. Star Wars characters, of course, top 10, Galaxy Far Far Away, and then top 10 baby heels.
I don't see it loaded in here, but yeah, top 10 heels.
And then you're doing. Have you advertised John Wayne month yet?
Yes, I actually showed the trailer earlier this evening.
He did.
Well, Pilgrim,
Noah put on a cowboy hat and did the whole John Wayne voice and everything, Pilgrim.
Yeah, well, then you're gonna get to saddle up there, Missy, and see some John Wayne shizzit over on the Renegades reviews. And then Noah and James are doing stuff because they're always doing stuff because they're busier than we are.
Yeah.
Story of our lives.
Yeah.
And then No DQ's got stuff.
Yeah, No DQ got stuff. Yeah. So yeah, guys. As far as I'll allow me to take the reins.
James's brain's gone.
So we got a few things to do. as far as Wrestling 1444 goes, and that's basically where all of our content's going for this week. Fantasy booking series coming up tomorrow at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Part 3 of Owen and James as a tag team in WWE 2012, 2013, whatever. I don't remember what year we're on that fucking booking, but we're fighting the Authority. We're deep in the midst of that Authority storyline, basically. Oh, and somehow TNA got bought. That should be fun. I don't know what's going on with Owen's mind, but it's fun. I enjoyed it.
My mind.
But yeah, that's gonna be fun. We got another super chat. God damn it, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let me interrupt you for a second, James. We got another $5 super chat from Emmanuel over on Jeff's channel. Said, "Good God,
okay.
let the man rest, zippity doo dah."
Oh, well, there you go. All right.
That's a fair
go away at end of next month. So
Yeah.
It's a fair
Officially.
statement.
Then
And that makes up for the $5 that you felt that you owed him in the future.
we are back to a regular schedule, by the way. Yay! It's gonna just be Aftershock on Monday for all things WWE related, run by Owen Finch and Chris Dodd, and all things AEW related, run by Noah Foster and myself. Yay! We're back on schedule. It doesn't have to keep fucking makeshifting around and have to replace it. It's great. It's gonna be back on regular schedule. And besides that, that's basically all I have to plug. That's currently coming up. Other than that, I have a very important announcement that requires share screen and audio real quick. I want to play it. Okay, here it is. It's very important. Ready?
That was random. That was just random.
I don't know why I played 3 times. I was trying to stop sharing my screen, but
What's happening right now on my show?
I have no idea.
Noah, can we get the line from you, please?
Absolutely. Damn it, James! You freaking idiot!
Thank you. All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love you for.
I was the bird.
Even A has to say the fuck.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw everybody off with the bird.
All right. So you can always follow me and my content at those platforms. The Renegade JJ Williams on Instagram, ROWJJ Williams on the Twitter, and Casa D18 Studios on the YouTube. Next week, I continue my movies that star musicians. I will be having Labyrinth, starring David Bowie. I will be having Free Jack, starring Mick Jagger, alongside Emilio Estevez and Rene Russo. And I will have Class Act, starring Kid and Play. Should be a fun time. That takes
Very
care of
eclectic
Monday.
weekend.
Huh?
It's a very eclectic week you have there.
Exactly. I try.
Yeah.
You know, that covers my Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. On Thursday next week,
Thursday
will be another installment of Throwback Thursday. The classic content from No DQ, the Jeff Meacham Network, the Jay Hebert side of things, the Simple Man brand, and of course the Casa D18 Studios. Classic episodes of things like Talk Wrestling, Stat Boy Rants, the ATW View, the Indie Force Podcast, Dads on Wrestling, and so much more.
I would say call them retro episodes. I don't know if they're exactly classics.
Yeah, I agree.
Subjective.
I think they're fun.
And I just had to make sure I did the hand gesture because Natalie just came out of the other room. So, you know.
Yeah.
She always gets a kick when I do that,
Visual
and she
acuity.
does it too.
Yes, yes.
The War Zone will be coming up on Sunday, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow Sunday.
Dollar Tree appears to be clearing their stock out of movies.
Ooh.
So movies are currently 50 cents at Dollar Tree.
That's even less than $1.
So I've got a nice stack. Tomorrow I've themed it into BBC broadcast stuff. So let's, I know it's 11:30 at night. Let's get our heads out of the gutter. I'm not talking about that kind of BBC. The BBC broadcast television type of stuff.
I'm about to say, I feel like he's talking about British television.
The irony of the person that's confused by this is not lost on me or anybody else. Anyway,
I have my daughter telling me I should not be allowed adult money, and she's walking around in a Roman Empire shirt that was purchased with that adult money.
It's a fad. You'll grow out of it. You'll wear something else in 4 months. Guarantee it.
Noah says you'll grow out of it. You'll wear something else in 4 months. That you're not going to be a Roman fan anymore.
Exactly.
So Jay, if you got these movies at Dollar Tree at a half off, are these at Movie Stump instead of Tree? Is that how that works?
Boom.
These are the jokes, folks. 7:30.
God damn you, Meacham.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. That left me stumped for a second.
Moviestop.com.
I see your comment. I am not going to put that up on the screen right now.
What's that mean? All about that.
All about that
BBC. Is that a rap reference?
Yes, Noah.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about British television. Wait, is BBC the British television channel, or am I thinking of something else?
BBC is the British broadcasting channel, yes.
Again, the irony of Noah being the one confused is the best part.
The sitcoms, The Office originally came from there, I think, or there's some nonsense like that.
Make sure you check out our friends at NoDQ.com. The No DQ review on Sundays, the Raw recap on Monday, Dynamite recap on Wednesdays, SmackDown recap on Fridays, and beginning this week, there is going to be a WrestleMania match tournament.
Yes.
Where panelists are going to come onto the show to decide the best WrestleMania matches. There's brackets that have been done. The winning match is going to move on to the next round, and then I'm assuming the next round will be the following week, and then the following week, etc.
Bracketology.
Yours truly will be on the opening panel for this week.
As you should.
So make sure you guys tune in for that. You're going to be on it too? I thought you were a standby.
I was told to message the moderator at large, and I would be in. So,
okay.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Last I saw, you were going to be a standby, which is why I did not acknowledge you directly.
Well, it was a private discussion with Aaron and I when I was sending out to send the good juju for the transit, which worked out. So,
got it.
Well, it did till I got to Union Station.
So, and then of course, since we do have the man here.
Oh yeah, that one thing I do on Tuesdays. 15 years, whatever.
This is the most Orange Cassidy Jeff Meacham I've ever heard of in my life.
I love this.
So what's going to happen is there's going to be wrestling, and we're going to talk about it. That's what we're going to do.
Yes.
We're going to do that on Tuesday, probably. More than likely.
Tuesday, probably. He's not even sure.
God damn you, Meacham. I'm sitting here. I'm trying. And you're just no selling for me, dude. This is worse than Hogan Michaels. I swear to God.
No, it's not.
He's tired, man. He don't give a damn. He's tired.
Nothing's worse than Hogan Michaels. Hogan more so, but still, yeah, rough. No, for real though, I really appreciate everybody tuning in. I don't know how many people are here because I'm not running the studios.
We currently have 12. We've had up to 20 at one point. We do have a lot of super chats, mainly from Emmanuel and Arlene that came through both of our channels.
God bless them.
We did get a super chat, I believe, from somebody else too.
Very cool.
I could be wrong, but Yeah, in any event, we've gotten some good views tonight. We've gotten some money collected. We acknowledged and appreciated everybody.
Always.
Every time I say acknowledge, Natalie is putting her one in the air right now. It doesn't even matter if I'm talking about Roman.
As she should.
She's literally laying on the futon with her one in the air because I said acknowledge.
Gimmick will grow out of it.
She just did it again.
All I got to say is, JJ, you can tell her July 7th it'll be over for her. So
we shall see.
The party's over.
I'm going with your theory, brother.
Hey, we talked about it earlier. Because there's people in the chat room tonight, namely King Mike, that think that he is going to surpass Hogan at 1474. And I said, that ain't happening. I think the plan all along, despite what Paul and Roman wanted us to believe at the media scrum, was 1,000 was the target. By getting to the Garden, he surpasses Pedro, becomes top 5. You talk about Mount Rushmore, you've got Bruno, you've got Backlund, you've got Hogan, and because you're not going to put Bruno a second time, you have Roman.
Yep.
We'll see.
We do talk about Bruno, damn it. Number 1, that's rule number 4 on my shirt. And number 2, this is a completely different Bruno. This isn't that Encanto shit.
Disney thing.
Saying it the way that your sister says it. Encanto.
San Martino's an Italian man, not a different Disney
Oh,
man.
I thought you meant Bruno Harvey Whippleman. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're good.
Bruno who?
And A says that is his father's birthday.
It's also my mother's birthday.
Oh, God bless moms.
And Emmanuel wants to remind me, don't forget to put those movies as a tax deductible. My channel isn't a licensed business yet, the way that Aaron Rifts is. So I don't think I can do that just yet. But in time, that is a goal that I am looking for, Emmanuel. But thank you for reminding me.
And plus, because everybody paid for it, he had to pay 50 cents for licensing anyway.
You get a nickel back on every 50 cents.
So continuing with the shills, if you go back in the archive, make sure you check out this show that me and Jeff did that went up the Raw after Mania Monday when we did our top 10 ECW champions and got that shit in like an hour.
You want to hear some shit about this list though? I'm gonna do a little bit of spoiler on this list. So obviously Shane Douglas makes our list because freaking duh. He's not. He's doing that meet and greet we were talking about, Jay. You have to go to the PCW show to see him. It's not at Jimmy's shop. It's like I'm be dragging my cookies all the way down there for a show and a meet and greet. Like I'm tired.
I get you.
And then, as Jeff alluded to, next Friday,
yes,
our top 10 TV villains. Again, we got that shit done in about an hour and a half. We are very impressed with the lists we came up with. We dug back into our childhood. We dug into cartoons.
Yeah.
It was harder than we thought it would be. I know we mentioned this the last time we did a show.
Yeah.
But we don't really watch dramas and stuff. We watch sitcoms. And it's very rare that you find a villain for long term in a sitcom.
Yes.
So it was difficult, but we've got some stuff on there I think that the fans will really get behind. I know I'm going to butcher her name. I know Datilla will appreciate a couple of the ones that we've got on there.
Yeah, I think the fans will appreciate the ones that we share more than anything, just because it was like, okay. So.
And then, as Jeff alluded to, we go to a galaxy far, far away for the top 10 Star Wars characters on the Revenge of the Fifth.
Yes. I am hoping, and this is hoping now, that because I'm signing myself in the day before, we'll have some exclusive, never-before-seen Jeff Meacham content from a galaxy far, far away on that show.
It depends how quickly you get it to me, sir, because that just means I'm going to have to re-edit the show and re-upload it so that you have time to then re-download it and upload it before it goes live.
Then we'll show on an open mic night instead after about.
I agree.
That sounds more brilliant.
Synergy.
There you go.
The 6th.
Very important.
Revenge of the synergy and shit.
And then, as we alluded to earlier this evening, no announced date yet, just coming soon to an open mic night near you.
Yay!
We got game night, we got karaoke night, we got British Invasion. We're about to get lit up in the bitch.
What the hell?
Beach party.
I've never tanned in my life.
Yo,
God help me this night.
I'm gonna come in on the beach party special with the fucking green bathing suit and like a black tank top. That's what I'm aware.
Okay, so if we're having a beach party, we need to get female panelists.
Yeah.
The beach party is the theme of the songs.
All right, Natalia Markova, where you at?
James!
Oh, no. It's vacant again. I'm sorry, Joe.
No, the brain's vacant from 2 days of Disney travel.
That's fair.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, relatable. Understandable.
So those are the special open mic nights that are going to be coming soon. And like I said earlier, open mic game night is going to become a regular thing.
Yes.
Probably starting next month, if not starting in June.
Yes.
Once we can figure out the semantics of it, and how we're going to do it, what game shows we're going to do, the rotation, how we're going to invite contestants to be on with us as the panelists.
It goes the process.
Once we get all of the I's dotted and the T's crossed, if you will, then look for an official date announcement, but either May or June.
I kind of think we have to play the game Shenanigans just because, Jay.
You know what, Emmanuel? If Beach Party Bingo comes up onto the wheel, we'll sing it.
I never heard of it.
That's okay. You never heard BBC either, except the British show, so it's okay.
Wait, does someone else do it?
We will tell you off the air, Noah.
Yeah, we'll tell you off the air.
Oh, it's one of those. Oh, gosh.
But we'll keep recording.
But yeah, so we've got all that stuff coming. The British invasion one is going to be some point around All In. Again, we don't have a date yet. The other two will probably be next year at some point. We don't want to kill Noah too much with the karaoke. I figure about 3 times a year is about as much as we can manage with him.
I still think that's too much.
But you know what, though? If we do get him singing, there's a great song we can apply to him because of his woes of doing this. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. I can't sing no more tonight. They're gonna break my door.
Oh, no.
I forget who it was, but somebody asked for a sample of karaoke tonight because they've never been for a live karaoke show.
Yeah, that
Well, there
was
you go.
Elizabeth.
Yes,
That
there you go.
Elizabeth.
Jeff Meacham, the kid that keeps on giving.
Yep.
And we told her to go back in the archives and watch that. We weren't going to give it away for free, and then here goes Jeff.
Well, she probably knows she might be. Probably knows she might be asleep.
This is fair.
She fell
So
asleep
that
because Jeff sang.
There you go.
Moon River.
So that is it for my
Good
shows.
night.
Believe it
We're
or not.
going, but fucking. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
That is it for my shills. Believe it or not, Noah actually has not 1, not 2, but 3 graphics to plug for
I'm
himself.
slowly figuring out what y'all are doing with this nonsense. So, folks, find me on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at Foster1916. I keep it simple and consistent for all things wrestling, because if you don't know by now, know that I am simply this. For I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. And of course, you can find the Simple YouTube channel. Of course, thank you, James, by the way, for the customization. You truly are a master of your craft. But there you see it right there, my Simple YouTube channel. And under the community tab, you will find the league, the prediction forums, updates, some simple assessments where you can rank and review WWE other wrestling pay-per-views and premium live events as well, too. And yes, I'm definitely working on some other stuff, including Honor Hub, a focus on a simple review and look onto Ring of Honor each week and the pay-per-views. AZ Review will be back soon as well for Double or Nothing. Continue Simple Predicting and Simple Takes, of course, are going to come too. And speaking of Simple Predicting, yeah, I'm crazy. Here's the next series of Simple Predicting coming up all in freaking May. What the hell, industry? As we start off with WWE Backlash, and in one freaking weekend, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but one way or another, I'm going to do it. Damn it. Impact Wrestling Under Siege, WWE Night of Champions, NXT Battleground, and the granddad of them all for my month of May, AEW double or nothing. And there's still so much more to come along with all of that, too. But as always, let me conclude. There are no winners. There are no losers. There are no betters. They're just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality, too. Treasure your families. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that.
And there you have it. Wow, what a night that we had for only having a couple of topics. We still went pretty much the entire show. So thank you to James for the topic that he presented. Thank you to all the fans for the super chats and the questions that kept us going. We greatly appreciate each and every one of you guys. And it may seem kind of hokey, but we do acknowledge every single one of you as Natalie's finger goes up in the air once again.
Yay. I see.
For the Heb Man James Hebert.
Hi.
For the man whose name is on the marquee, even though it's not because I took it down so we could do all the shells. The West Coast Professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
Yeah.
For the simple man with the spectacular voice who just gave us his amazing outro as he always do. I am your host and moderator of Open Mic Night, the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you guys for tuning in and joining us this evening. We hope to see you guys back tomorrow as both Noah and James call the action for Impact Wrestling Rebellion here across the multiverse of media. And until next week's edition of Open Mic Night, we'll see you guys later.
Have a good night, folks.
By the way, Noah, it stood for Big Black Cock.
What?